We got one.
Okay. And I don't need the other one now, it's fine.
Oh, okay. Fair enough.
So, oops.
Aw.
All right. I got the stream up for those who need the stream.
You didn't like my suggestion for music?
No. This is my intro music that I always use. So, welcome everyone. And thank you all for joining. I really appreciate it. Hopefully we can have a nice, fun, kind of consistent home game going on right now. I'm so glad you're all here, and yeah, thanks for being awesome.
Fun. I'm
Now,
here to follow rules. What are you talking about?
the main thing right now is, first of all, this is going to be a little bit different to West Marches because it's an actual game. Every session is going to follow on with hopefully consistent characters. Game rule wise, they're pretty much all the same as my normal rules. Unless any of you prefer me to start using flanking, things like that. I don't. Resting all up to all of you, and also what you do and where you go is completely up to the individuals within the party. Potions are normal as always, and as I normally DM, you've got those free actions when you are in combat just to talk and discuss things. One of the most important things is, please, aside from having fun, just play in character. And it will decide the party composition, what you do, how you go about everything. Pretty much the entire campaign as a whole. Now, so you all know, this is an evolving world, so things like, racism exist, and like NPCs will have their own opinions based on where you go in the world. It is loosely based on Offithar, just because I've got a lot of content I've already created in that world, but when I say loosely, I mean very loosely. I've already created like 8 cities within Offithar itself. Um, so use the knowledge that you have, but use it to the extent that your characters would have it. I've also created from your backstories, many of you have hometowns, things like that. They are on the world map, and when you go onto the world map, on the left-hand side, there is a little journal notes icon. It kind of looks like a banner or like a book tag. Just click that, and you should be able to see all the little icons pop up. Which down here, hopefully, there should be 4 of them for you, otherwise I'll need to reveal them. If you click on the journal notes drop down bar on the left hand, or little button thing on the left hand side, it'll say Wadbanog, Frozen Sapphire Mine, Iceberg, and Cottage Outskirts.
And that's
do
in
not
the
see
journal.
those.
I don't see any journals.
That's on the left hand side. You know how you've got all the little like token control, measurement
Oh.
control, things like that? There's one of them that says journal notes.
It does. I clicked on it.
Once it's clicked on,
Uh-huh.
let me pop these up for you. And the little icon should be there. Actually, what I can do is I can check. Is there a stream going on? There it is.
There is. So I clicked on the thingy there. Select notes.
Yep, you need to scroll down and to the left.
Okay, down the mountains, yeah. I see a little doohickey there.
One moment. see that.
Yeah, I got the cottage outskirts thing popped up. Like,
The Frozen Sapphire Mine. I don't even see my hometown. My hometown is not on the map anymore.
It is. You just can't see it.
it's a little blip, I guess.
Oh, okay. Map notes are not displayed by default and require the toggle map note visibility button to be clicked in the map note tool palette. Where the fuck is that?
Is this
Boundary,
a
everybody.
toggle note display? I don't know. It doesn't seem to do anything, that little button. Do 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 do.
Oh, I think it's here. Configure.
It's okay. We all kind of assumed we're going to have about like 30 minutes of getting our shit together.
Oh, I see a house. I see a Frozen
Whoa!
Sapphire Mine.
Whoa!
See an iceberg.
There we go. And if you double click those, they should pop up with the info.
Shit's happening.
Okay, got that. Now for Wadbanog, I will reveal that one. So what actually I had was what are the two? 1 second. So it's going to be Primrose and Mad Dog. There we go. Okay, so Mad Dog is 5 and Primrose is AJW. There we go. Now it should pop up for both Waladov and AJW where Wadbanog is. And then I can fix all the rest up later. I just had to give you permission for the journal entries. That was my bad, because you could only see them when I popped them up, not at all times. But you all know about those towns, so you know where they are. Anyway, that is where you start, at least. Huzzah, I'm learning things as well. Now, back to my little blurb at the start. So, it is an evolving world, and actions will matter. And say you all decide to spend a month within Iceberg for some godforsaken reason. Things throughout the world will change, will evolve, because that time will progress for them. I'm not going to just have like a story I planned on the eastern coast and it just pauses and holds while, if you all decide not to go there, it will continue to change. So, depending what you do, feel free to act in whatever accordance you desire, but things will change based on time. Time is important. At some point in time, I will get a calendar put up in the journal as well, just so you can keep track of how long you spend in certain places. And your actions will change how both the story progresses and others react to you. I've had many buildings burnt to the ground by parties in the past in my previous games. If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask, and this is a learning experience for everyone as well. Other than that, unless I forgot anything, or there's any questions, we can begin.
I'm good.
Let's rock.
Okay.
Alright.
So currently, nothing has happened. There has been no pending avalanche of doom. There has been nothing. And right now, we are going to jump over to two people in particular who are going to begin us in the past. AJW, so Primrose and Madog, are you here?
I am here.
Hello.
Excellent. Now, Primrose, you have been tasked by an individual known as the Summer Lady. You've been tasked to head to a location in the material plane, which, isn't unheard of for you. And she frets that Winter is planning something. There has been ill omens on the wind, and the seasons themselves quiver in fear. Something is going to happen, and it's happening to the west. This has been a long time coming. You spoke to her quite some time ago, and I will show you what she looks like. As you would know, the Summer Lady is the daughter of the Summer Queen. She is fairly new to her position, the previous Summer Lady having been killed about 14 years ago, give or take. It's hard to determine time, especially in the Feywilds. And she's always been a friendly of sort Fey. In her new promotion, she sent out many different mortals to different locations, and you have been, ordered or asked to go and find what information you can about the plans of Winter in the material in this location. The location itself she describes as Wadbanog, a large dying tree in the material plane that houses, she describes, hesitant allies. Would you question her any further, or have any questions for her before you set out on your journey? And she gives you the location's direction and description of where it is.
So, my mission is to find out what Winter is planning, and do I have to try to thwart what they're planning, or do I just have to gather information and bring it back?
She's very loose on her exact orders because it's not a direct order. And this also didn't go through official channels. There was no meeting in the court. There was nothing along those lines. She asked
so
specifically for information.
Okay.
But you also know this is not unheard of, because while Winter and Summer are opposed, they don't want to directly start a war with each other, because it's all about balance. And if one side upsets that balance, then it can actually upset the entirety of the seasonal shift in the material plane and cause quite a lot of destruction. It's not a good thing. So she hints at gather information of what Winter is doing in these locations, and she says there is hesitant allies of Summer in this location called Wadbanog. That may help or know something.
So then I will head there.
Okay. Madog, you're living your boring life. The city itself, just as always. Your father is busy right now within his oh, just need to close some things. 1 second. Within his tribe, he's busy as always, and the city, bleak, sad, depressing, kind of cold at the moment. The only comfort the dying black wood of the tree that surrounds you, the many buildings built into the multi-layered structure. There is like mushrooms and fungus growing on the inside that are being harvested. There is the telltale arguments that you hear day in, day out as you roam the streets of someone blaming something, this tribe blaming another, someone having stolen something. It's very mundane, boring, normal. What would you be doing?
Probably sitting on some sort of sprouting fungus at the moment, maybe near my father's area. Just kind of swinging my legs.
You sit there, legs swinging. Primrose, it has been a long journey. You've been traveling for months to reach this location. Having taken one of the many uh, weak lines between the Court of Summer and the material plane, you're able to swiftly step through into a beautiful, green, healthy forest. But that was months ago. You've got this little map in front of you, and you've been traveling. It changed from this lush forest to this dying, very bleak forest. The trees having no leaves over them at all. You travelled further and it got colder and colder. Very reminiscent of the shifts in the Feywilds. You climbed mountain peaks, treacherous canyons. You journeyed, ever vigilant, looking for this one alleged sanctuary in the midst of a bleak, cold environment. And it is early in the morning when you see this large, exceptionally large tree in the distance. Of which I will pop and show you. The environment itself is kind of mossy, almost swampy around. This slick, like glacial frost, wet but not frozen, kind of trudges underneath your boots and sticks to everything. It's miserable. It's horrible. But your map points to this location. The map itself almost moves as you move, and you know it's probably made of like pixie dust or something like that. Definitely magical, and you've been studying it day in, day out as you've travelled. Approaching this large tree amidst a bunch of dead trees, you see this light, a little slither down the length of the tree itself, a crack within, and there is almost a hearty warmth coming from within. You see no one else around. No creatures outside. While your journey, you've had to divert around many wolves and sorts, even a few bears in the area. Here, there is nothing around. Just this lone tree towering a good 35 feet into the air. But it too, like everything around it, has no leaves on it. Everything is dead and blackened and grey. What do you do?
Well, I would walk up to the tree. I would like to. I would probably just try to investigate the crack. I think that's what I would do, since it seems to be some sort of light and warmth. So that is different than what's going on around me. So I would probably just walk closer and investigate that.
Okay.
Nothing intrusive, but I would just get closer and see what I can see.
Do you speak Sylvan?
I do.
I'm glad. One second, just finishing my mouthful. Oh.
This music though. A shika ticka 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 shika ticka ticka shika ticka ticka shika ticka.
Reaching forward, well, not reaching, investigating forward the light of the crack within the tree. In Sylvan, you can hear two voices. They seem to be having an argument over who took the roasted peanuts. They're in these high-pitched, kind of scratchy voices, and the argument is, well, continuing on. People are blaming other people's mothers for them being born. There is disgrace being thrown around, expletives. But there is definitely two individuals inside this crack, and while you look at it, you can't see anything through it. It's just this bright light in this very dull environment.
In my gentlest Sylvan, I would say, "Hello, excuse me. Is someone there?"
And Madog, you see your, well, they're not really your friends, but you see two individuals as you sit down, your legs dangling, known as Frick and Frack. Two goblinoid individuals that inhabit one of the other factions of your settlement, your home. They are bickering by the portal. They're supposed to be on guard duty. And then you hear both of them just suddenly kind of squeal and look towards the entrance. They fumble for their wooden spears nearby, and they start pointing it at the entrance. You're probably a good 10 feet away from them, so you're pretty close. As you're dangling, looking down upon them about 20 feet below you, 10 feet away. The entrance, longingly, a new world, an adventure beyond. But you know your father would never let you just venture out into the material plane. It's safe in here. The wolves of winter might get you if you proceed through that barrier. And yet, you have frickin' Frack right now, weapons drawn, pointing them towards the entrance, suddenly startled. You didn't hear anything through it, but they certainly did. And Primrose, you hear, "Ah! Who goes there?"
I would say a friend of summer.
Ain't no friends of summer here. Get lost. I mean, we don't know what summer is. No, we don't know what summer is at all.
Ah,
Is that even
Well,
a thing? No, it's not a thing.
well, I was told that I was supposed to come here, and here you are. So you might be mistaken, because I know I am not.
Madog, you hear these two goblinoid creatures yell about friends of summer or something? Are you doing anything?
Yeah, I'm gonna flutter down and kind of walk up between them and pull my own sword, the rust bucket that it is, and kind of point it at the door. And after like this little bit of conversation, I'll kind of walk forward and peek very, very slowly out the entrance, with my blade kind of in front of me.
As you begin walking forward, they turn and like hear the footsteps and look at you. And they're like, "Hey, you skullcap scum! Get lost! Piss off! This is our guard duty. You ain't taking our guard." Ah! And then Primrose speaks again, and that's when you hear what Primrose said, saying they got sent here. by someone, you can hear Primrose. What sort of voice would they hear on the other side?
Well, her voice is kind and gentle, but you can tell that she is trying to do that. It's almost artificial. It's almost as if, in this case, because she is quite annoyed that she has journeyed a long way and no one is there to greet her, or she is not sure what to do. So she's trying her best to be kind and respectful, but she is very annoyed. So it's almost syrupy sweet in tone. I wouldn't say that it's too high pitched, but it is of a higher nature, given the fact that she is a very small rabbit creature.
Right. And what did you say, Madog? To them telling you to piss off Skullcap Scum.
Can I smack one on the head?
Go ahead. I will get you to make the first attack roll of the game.
The hilt of my blade on the head of Frack.
Sounds good.
A1.
And starting very, very good. You move the hilt of your rusty sword towards them, and then, unbeknown to you, there is the slick ice that has made its way through the portal underfoot. You step forward to give Frack a big old smack on the head, and you suddenly, whoop, your feet fly out from underneath you. You stumble and slide, and you end up kind of grabbing onto Frack. He screams as well as your weight grabs onto him and pulls him down, and you both crash to the ground amidst this like icy sludge mix of, dirt and ice and water. You're both now prone on the ground, rolling around, and he starts grabbing at you and rolling on top of you as well, being like, "Stupid Skullcap, get out of here! Oh, yuck!" And Primrose, apparently there is something going on the other side.
I'm trying really hard to not get involved, but you all are trying my patience so much. Could someone, I don't care who, get somebody that I could talk to? Because I have had enough of whatever this is. Please, don't make me come in there. I will.
You're rolling around on the ground with Frack right now, Madog, and Frick leans to the portal, and suddenly, Primrose, you see the slow point of a spear make its way out of the portal. It starts just inches in front of you, and you kind of move your head to the side a little bit, and it slowly moves out, and then this goblinoid creature, well, it's a goblin, sticks its head out and says in Sylvan, "Oi! You ain't welcome here! Piss off!"
In Sylvan, I would say, I'm not welcome here. And then I would switch to Goblin and say, don't test my patience. Please get someone that I can talk to.
You also can roll persuasion. Suddenly, the head disappears back through with the spear, and Frick turns to you, Madog, and says, "Fine, fine, fine. You want to do shit? Then you go and speak to the stupid rabbit folk."
I will tell frickin' Frack to go tell their leader, and I can only hope that that is as far away as possible. As I try to stand up and head towards the door.
So what you're saying is House Skullcap has taken over authority of the gate.
No, it's just that you should go tell someone, right?
Frack, you hear that? And then Frack looks at him. Yeah, Frick, I heard that. House Skullcap is telling us to go away. Oh, we better go tell the boss. This ain't gonna look good. Madog, you in so much trouble. They both stand up and like kind of push off you, one of them covered in this gunk. And they begin just walking away. Grumbling.
Can I make a snowball with what's available to me?
You can make a sludge ball.
A sludge ball and toss it at. Let's go with Frick this time.
Alright. Make a ranged attack roll. No proficiency.
He's
Oh.
not proficient in sludge? What the hell is that, man?
So just the.
They begin walking around the corner, kind of walking into the distance. Oh, did you say 14?
Without proficiency, then I think so.
He has a 17 listed here. 14 plus 3.
Yeah, but he added the +3. Do you have a dex mod?
Yes, it is the +3. Okay.
Oh, then yeah, you're good. So 17. And there is a splat right onto the back of his head. You see all the like muscles tense up as the sludge ball just slides down his back slowly, and you see it slip into his baggy pants as he goes, and gives you a glare and begins walking away as there is now a squelching sound as it's run down his legs and into his boots.
I'll give a huff and keep my blade out, and then go to the door and speak in Sylvan. We don't take too kindly to visitors here, and we're not supposed to talk to anyone on the outside, but here I am.
And please describe what your character looks like as you stick your head out. Well, actually, no, you're just talking. But describe your character that you'll see in a moment anyway.
Yeah. Let me just read off the desk. So he's a fairy, 3'5". He's tan. He's got tan skin, yellow eyes, shiny black hair to his shoulders. He's got wings with specific moth kind of features, and I'd say right now they're kind of curled into his body as the sludge is still kind of oozing off of his person. He doesn't wear any armor or anything. It's just a brown kind of unitard with no sleeves, and it's unbuttoned, like a V-neck. He's got big boots on with cleats at the bottom, and he's got his sword out, which is just a rusty short sword, completely rusted over, and very thin and kind of wobbly.
And Primrose, would you like to describe your character?
Primrose is 3'3", female rabbit folk. She wears leather armor. If you look at her, she carries a bow slung across her back. But she wears a green cloak that she has pulled up over her head, but her ears do stick out over the top. She has blue eyes and white fur.
And as Madog speaks through the portal, what does Primrose say?
Oh, good. Someone else that I could talk to. You see, I was sent here on a long journey by what was her name again? I'm sorry, was it the Summer Lady? Is that what it was?
Correct.
Right. I was sent here by the Summer Lady to this place saying that I might be able to find friends here and maybe try to find out what is going on with Winter. That's what I'm here for, and I get here and there's a lot of yelling and arguing, and no one wants to talk to me. So could you possibly help me?
Oh, it's lucky I'm here, but I don't. Maybe you were pranked, because I don't think there's gonna be any way you're gonna find that many allies here unless you spend, I don't know, a couple centuries trying to get the clans to work together. So maybe you should just head back to wherever you come from.
Well, that's nice and all. I appreciate your candor, but it's taken me a long time to get here, and it would take me obviously a long time to go back. And the fact that showing up with relatively being empty-handed with nothing to show for it would not be all that positive for me. So, do you know of someone that I could talk to? Or that might want to help? That would be very helpful.
Well, Winter, why Winter? But they're not doing anything, are they?
I don't know. I was trying to find out that there was something is afoot. Something is disturbing the balance between summer and winter, and I was sent here, or I was sent to find out whatever that was, and I was told that I would be able to find friends here that might be able to assist me, but I'm here, and frankly, the reception has been less than friendly.
Yeah, well, it'd be worse if you came inside. So, let me just think for a minute, and I'll get back to you.
And sorry to interrupt, as you say that, we're going to whoosh over to somewhere else. As we are within the town of Iceberg. Currently, we have many individuals within the town. And Reggie, are you here?
Oh, hi.
You find yourself within the tavern, the Slow Unicorn. The tavern itself has 2 rooms, an upstairs attic sort of room where there is basically the equivalent of hammocks strung up in a large kind of like mutual living area. The rooms on the first level have actual beds, and they're where the wealthy merchants that come through stay, but most of the time they are empty and very dusty. You sit on one of the 4 tables inside the tavern, and the bartender slash tavern owner slash waitress slash he does everything is a woman by the name of Danny Digby. She comes and places down another drink and a hearty stew in front of you. The stew is mostly made of like leftovers from the night before, the weird pieces of a pig and definitely some hard bread from the previous day that you can soak in the stew. She gives you a little smile and a nod, and you haven't been in this town for very long at all, Reggie. On your journey throughout, well, the material plane.
Okay.
Meanwhile, we have within the town of Ice, Tayan. Are you here? And did I pronounce that correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
Wow, I never pronounce anything correctly.
Neither did I.
You have currently been residing within one of the most fancy, and I use that with quotey fingers, buildings in the city. Made of carved stone, it is called the Temple of Faith. The Temple of Faith is run by Father Selic, and he is actually a priest of Lathander. The temple, you would know, is quite a large building that welcomes all. And I used quotey fingers just there, welcomes all. It is a place where all religions are accepted within reason. Father Selic is a friendly, devout follower of Lathander. He is helpful and has started this basically an orphanage within the temple itself. The Burg of Ice, and I love saying that, has a lot of orphans, homeless, within the city, and all of the children, he has taken them upon himself under Lathander's light to kind of nurture and care for them. When you first made your way to the town, you immediately recognized his robes, the symbol of Lathander on him, and his quite old school yet friendly attitude. He is very much a hardcore, old school rationale follower of Lathander. You believe he would probably read Lathander's teachings nightly, and he is the sort of person that you can go to and ask him anything and he will give you his advice, but he doesn't really get the whole kind of like new age style of the youth that is going on. He tries his best, but he wants all of these orphans that are ragamuffins from diverse backgrounds and diverse races to, sit patiently and understand the teachings of Lathander. He wants them to, train to be physically healthy, train their mind and body, things like that. And he's struggling pretty hardcore with that. But luckily, he has this very unusual helper who hasn't been in the town for too long, who goes by the name of Seven. And unlike Father Selic, Seven. Hey Fudge, you here? Oh, didn't hear you talk. If you are.
He's in Discord. I haven't seen him lit up.
What's happening? Oh,
Oh,
it's
there you go.
working. It's working.
Aha!
Don't know why it wasn't working. Yes, I'm here.
Would you like to describe the individual that Tayan has been seeing helping Father Selleck? And did you hear the description of Father Selleck, the man that you've been working with?
I sure did. So Seven is a very tall, thin, like almost 8 foot, um, red-skinned hobgoblin. He's incredibly lanky. He is wearing currently what looks like it could be some kind of like a religious robe of some kind. It is mostly white that covers, his chest. It goes all the way down. It's got long sleeves. It's kind of like a half dress. It ties in the middle and goes down. Almost there's like a little bit of a there's a separate piece of the robe, like a gi, where you have that piece separately. And at the bottom of this big, long white robe, it looks like there's a pattern of blue squares, really is the best way to put it. Almost like building blocks. There's like a big blue one at the bottom, and then on top of that, kind of like a triangle, like a pyramid. They kind of stack. There's two more, just smaller. And big smile, just like on the picture. He's a very, very obviously a positive individual, and I like to think that he's currently around the children. Then, probably teaching them something. He's probably trying to teach them like animal tag or something. If I could just take it from there.
And while Seven is currently, running around and playing with the children, there is laughter emanating through the halls, which is good for the heart and soul. You see, Tayan enters, and Tayan, would you like to describe yourself for Seven, to see what Seven sees?
Sure. Tayan is a Loxodon, so he's basically a walking elephant. So he's actually pretty much the same height as Seven. He's around just a bit short of 8 foot tall. Obviously gray skin, yellow eyes. Similar robes to the priest who runs this. They're mostly yellow in color, and he kind of slowly strides in and watches Seven play with the kids, and kind of nods positively that you're spending time and keeping the kids entertained in what was probably a tough situation for them.
Currently, Father Selleck is trying to wave down some of the children. He's got a holy text of Lathander in hand with it open, and he seems to be trying to get their attention and get them to sit down. And all the children are just laughing and running around and playing along with this red-skinned hobgoblin. Most of the children here are either halflings, humans, majority humans, or gnomes. As they all kind of scurry about in disheveled clothing. Tayan, Father Selleck means well. He just doesn't have this connection with the youth that he desires. Very friendly, very kind man, very generous as well. Any funds that go into the church from the burg itself all get funneled into, food and clothing and bedding and to upkeep the church itself. And it was very considerate of him to try and build a place that allows all sorts of worship. even if there is a altar and symbol of Lathander prominently displayed behind it, he has never turned away anyone, no matter their beliefs. But he can be a crotchety old man at times. As you walk in, you see all of this happening. We jump back to Reggie within the slow unicorn. The
Taeon-
woman.
Taeon will go up
Sorry.
to the father real quick and just kind of say,
Mhm.
give them a little time to wear themselves out, and then they will sit better for you. That's it.
He gives you a nod and goes to respond as it moves over to Reggie again.
Yeah, my bad.
No, you're alright. I'm just trying to jump around to give everyone a chance. And yes, so the bowl is placed down before you, Reggie. And Danny Digby gives you a smile. I guess I'll pop her up. Human woman, working her absolute ass off. And right now it is early morning, and there is a few other individuals, commoners, around the tables, all eating meals in the warmth of the fireplace in the slow unicorn. She gives you a smile and says, "Hey there, Reggie, ain't it?"
Today? Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. Reggie today.
Oh, today, do you have other names?
Sometimes. No.
Ooh,
Maybe. Yeah.
I ain't really seen you around much. I'm good for faces, seen you a couple times. You one of them adventurous sorts.
Is that what they call me? I thought it was scoundrel or nuisance, pest. Never adventurer. I like it.
Oh, come now, you are no pest. Lovely, lovely smile like that. I can clearly see you appreciate me stew.
Open up my closed eye and it's just a swirl of iridescent colors.
You got something going on there, Reggie. Maybe you should go see the doc.
What's a dock? Like, is that what they have at the ocean? I've never been to the ocean before. I've heard about it. Wait, have I been to the ocean? I don't remember. Maybe?
Oh boy.
Oh, you poor thing. What brings you to ice?
Uh, Mr. Witch and Mr. Light told me to have fun. Drop me off here.
Well, have fun is definitely the place. Well, something that we can do here. We have the markets. Real good food there, you know? In addition to that, we've got. She kind of looks around. Well, sometimes we have live music in here. Do you like
Oh.
music?
I do. That I know. I can play the lyre. Not very well, but then again, that's half the fun.
Well, perhaps we can come to some sort of deal. I've got lots of food here, and if you were willing to play within my tavern, we could get you a room, and all ask in return is that you entertain the people.
I think I can do that. Yeah, I can do that. That sounds fun. But first, give me one. Two, give me a moment. And I'm going to. He's going to flourish his left hand and produce the quill, and just start like essentially scrawling over the food, and 4 lines of arcane text in various colors: white, gray, black, and red. As he casts prestidigitation over the food and makes it to his liking.
He looks at it fascinated, her eyes going wide. Whoa, you are the magical sort. That is unbelievable. And she takes a little step forward and like puts a hand comfortingly on your shoulder and says, "But, please do go see the doc, or perhaps the father. He might know some more about helping you with the eye. I think you have something in it.
Is he your father?
He's everybody's father."
Oh, he got busy.
She gives a little chuckle at that. The building outside and turn left, the big one. If you head to him, he'll be able to help you out real well. Just say, good old Danny Digby sent ya.
Double D, got it.
Yeah, you can say that. And bring him some soup, will you?
This soup? But I'm eating it.
No, I'll get you some more soup. The old man, I don't think ever takes care of himself. What you say?
Okay. Need to
Perfect!
sit
She
down
gives you a
and
little
consider
clap on the
this.
back. Look after yourself and then I'll have a room ready for you. One of the fancy ones as well.
Oh, okay. Upstairs, downstairs, left, center, where?
When you come back, I'll let you know. It'll be ready for you for tonight. I'll make sure of it. Now, here. And she scurries over and gets a additional bowl of soup and brings it back over to you and then says, remember, Father Selick. Bring this to him. Say it's from Danny Digby. Or Double D, I suppose. And just get him to look at your eye. He'll know what to do. If anyone in this town does, it will be him.
Okay. And I will do 5 more lines of arcane text in the air and cast Mage Hand and lift it up.
Kind of looks fascinated as she sees this as well. And you see, or you hear, the kind of clattering of cutlery throughout the tavern as well, as various people are like looking slack-jawed at you right now, eyes wide, as there is just a floating bowl of food. And pretty much every single eye in this tavern is on you right now, watching as you head out.
Okay, I'll go find the father.
Okay. Heading out, we're gonna flash back over to Tayan and Seven. Seven, you see this elephant person having entered and spoken to the father. And Tayan, the father then turns to you and then says, Tayan, the youth, they just don't appreciate everything. Like, but that is wise words. my friend. Wise words. The children will tire themselves out, and how do you think I'm doing?
It is certainly a challenge to be working with so many that have so much energy. I think generally you are doing well. Just learn to be patient with them, and in time they will also learn patience, as I once did.
Well, then, to give me the strength, I need a lot of patience for these children.
Seven
But
will begin approaching, I guess, just to kind of join in the conversation.
all the kids kind of continue playing the game amongst themselves. As you begin walking over to them, and Father Selick sees Seven approaching and turns and looks at you and smiles, and then says, "Ah, Tayan, have you met Seven before?"
I would think I'd remember someone who was can look me in the eye. There are a few who can do so.
It's true.
I
I'm very tall and very red. A lot of people know me by my color too, especially in this town. Hi, I'm Seven. Hold out a hand for you.
And I am Tan, and he takes the hand and shakes it.
I heard what you were saying about them, the kids running around. You know, one of the great things about this one, this game, they're playing animal tag. So there's actually, see that kid there? And I point to one of the kids who's like dancing around very obviously like a monkey. So that's the monkey. What he does is he gets the animals out of the cage. So it's like a circle. You have the one guy who's putting them in jail, tagging them, putting them in jail. And then after they get in jail, they get put out. So they're just going to keep doing that until somebody either gets mad or collapses, one or the other.
You hear Father Selick kind of mumble underneath his breath from beside Tayan and says, "The children are being encouraged to be imprisoned? Oh, this is not good."
It's a game, okay? It's not. They're animals, right? Like they're wild animals out there, and then they get tapped, by the zookeeper, and he has to put them back into the cage, put them back in where they're supposed to be. It's just that doesn't teach them anything bad. It's just they're animals, right? It's not like a. Although now that I think about it, it might have some implications down the line if they're wise enough to understand what's happening. Because zoos inevitably are actually not great things.
And you
I'm
can
sure
see
it'll
the
be fine.
father glance at the elephant man beside him, and there's just a furrowed brow and more stress marks as he's aged a year just listening to what's going on.
Oh, that reminds me, that kid's playing an elephant. This is actually a bad game, isn't it? It's probably not good that I taught them this.
You two are well matched. One provides a rock solid steadiness to run this place, and the other one knows the ways of children well and how to take care of them. Between the two of you, you must be very successful with the children.
Oh, that's all on Father Selick here. I've only been here for like a day or two. It hasn't been that long. I just like hanging out with the kids. Seemed like he had a lot of people here, and I needed something to do. So I just thought I'd offer my services for a little bit. Hope that's okay. Still, Father.
Of course, of course. It is very nice to see the children so happy. I have not seen them like this in months. I try my best, but I fear, even by Lathander's grace, I cannot relate to them like you. You are a kindred soul with the children, Seven, and a very welcome addition to our wonderful Temple of Faith here.
Yeah, no problem. And I hold up a hand to wave, and you see underneath the robes, it looks like black tattoo ink that's on his forearm suddenly crawls up his arm and covers my entire hand black. And I wave and I go, "I'm gonna go teach him Foursquare. See you later."
Wait. As the father kind of like stands up and looks over a little bit and holds a hand out to you and then says,
Mhm.
Tayan here is a trusted friend and a man of faith himself. Tayan, perhaps you and Seven can get along, teach each other some things, and I'm sure the children will appreciate it as well, and perhaps... And he gives Tayan a pointed look and says, perhaps Seven here can understand the Bringer of Dawn's ways, and it will bring us all in line together. Yes, perhaps you can help.
I am
Oh,
certainly willing to help where I can during my stay here.
It is very appreciative. I'm going to go and organize breakfast for all the little ones because hopefully they will tire out soon. But you two get along, and thank you. Thank you both for
okay.
everything.
Sure.
Yeah, no problem.
Closes his book, and then you see him kind of scurry off into a nearby kitchen.
I turn my head. So, and I hold up the black hand. Foursquare?
I will follow you lead, whatever game you want.
Great. And yeah, I just walk over basically to somewhere on the floor that they're at. And I put my hand down, kind of like, with chalk where you're going to draw. But I don't have anything in my hand. My hand is just straight black. And I just start drawing a black line with the tattoo ink all the way, and I start making a square on the ground.
Right. And as the square is beginning to be drawn, Tayan and Seven, can I get perceptions from you, please?
Does that involve smell?
No, yes. I had to think about that twice. Yes.
It will be a common question.
14.
Oh, well, there you go. I supposed to have advantage on that, but 23.
Yep, just click the little plus next to
Oh,
your
that's
roll.
right. I forgot that you had that thing. Hey, I did better. 26.
Okay. Seven is drawing these squares on the ground. Suddenly, Tayan, your like trunk moves up, and you kind of sniff the air, and there is this meaty pork scent. And turning your head, you suddenly see a bowl of soup float through the front door. Following behind, Reggie, would you like to describe your character?
I've been waiting for this moment my entire life. Standing at a average 5'4", currently with the robe pulled down around his waist, the hood. So he's just got basically a skin tight leotard on. One eye is still closed. He's got the monocle. Olive skin, white hair, and when he turns to look, he opens up both eyes and he's heterochromatic. One eye is a iridescent swirl.
And human, yeah?
Yes, very human.
So Tayan, you see this individual that you definitely have never seen before. Haven't seen them in town or around at all. Enter with a floating bowl of stew. And another bowl of stew in the other hand.
Who wants to learn Foursquare? Come on over.
Is your father home?
The father is in the kitchen currently preparing meals for the kids. If you want, I can take you to him for now.
Wow. I didn't know they could, with Huh. Learn something new every day.
Bouncy ball. It needs to bounce. We need a ball that can bounce. Does anybody have one?
And Reggie, you see this large red-skinned individual kind of hunched over and doing some sort of magic, very similar to you. Lines appearing and squares appearing on the ground as their hand is just held out. It is the first person that you have seen in the entirety of your time here in the town venturing around that has actually been doing magic.
I do have to physically touch the ground.
Oh. Touching the ground and the words. Oh, I know what tattoo you've got now. As the lines are just kind of appearing as he touches it. Doesn't have a quill or anything in hand though. Just a black hand.
Eventually, I finish it up, and I give my hand a shake, and the black just sort of recedes back into the robe.
So did you get one, Tim? Yeah, the ball. It's gotta be bouncy. This is not bouncy enough. You need to go find me a bouncier ball. All right. Boy, that smells pretty good. What you got there?
Your formula, it's all wrong, and I don't want to, but I kind of need to. But I'm gonna pull out my quill and write out another arcane formula and cast Shatter.
On what?
It'll just be on the ground. Like I draw out the square formula on the ground, like he was, and it's the proper formula this time, and it actually casts the spell Shatter.
So you're going to destroy the ground?
Yeah, it's just on the ground.
Because it is a 10-foot radius or something?
Yes.
That'd probably hit a majority of this room.
Oh shit!
It's a 20-foot square you're looking at.
That's a 20-foot square.
I thought they were outside.
No, you're all inside the building. You came through the door with the soup.
No, I don't do that. I don't cast a spell, but I show them the actual formula. There.
Yeah, don't nuke the kids. We're gonna have like player versus player on session 0.
Shatter.
Those are some pretty nifty runes that you drew. So I look over at the Loxodon. What are you looking for? What's the?
Your father your brother said he was inside?
Father Selleck.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Double D sent me to look at my eye. I don't really know why. It's perfectly fine.
Don't know who that is, but Father's just back in the kitchen. I'm gonna go back to the kids if you want to. If you guys want to go find him.
I'll take him back to the father.
Okay, great.
Is he the father or is he your father? Why is everybody saying the father?
It's a title. It's a title. It's like Mr. or Mrs. You call him father.
Oh, I know a Mr. His name's Mr. Light, and there's also Mr. Witch, but he's a good guy.
Exact same thing. Yep.
So I'll guide.
Abby, get that out of your mouth! Come on.
Seven moves
I'll
over.
guide the newcomer to the kitchen.
And 7, you found the ball as the child, and it kind of blub, 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 down the ground. And as you begin walking over to the kitchen, we zoom back over to Wadbanog. And we have Primrose and Madog together.
Yeah, so I think Mad Dog has just been pacing this entire time, and eventually he'll just kind of shake his hand at the sky, or the top of the tree, and start heading towards the entrance. And I'm going to use Druidcraft. I don't know if there's any flowers or anything that I could make blossom to kind of, specifically maybe a skull cap, as I'm about to exit.
There's like mushrooms and stuff about, and you can also make like little flowers kind of bloom on the inside of the bark of the tree as well.
Do the later.
And as they kind of appear, you're right at the portal right now. Do you exit to meet the voice coming from the other side, or does the voice coming from the other side enter?
I don't enter because I was told that I shouldn't, so I will not.
I will exit, but my sword is still in front of me.
Okay. There's even a little hesitation just before you exit, as you know it might be dangerous on the other side. You've always been told not to, and has always been a curiosity for you, a longing, a want, and you finally have an excuse to see what is on the other side. And as you do, you feel a slight warmth initially as you step through the light, and then a biting cold as you are within this icy tundra right now. Outside of the tree and before you stands the small rabbit folk.
You think I've ever seen a Herringon before?
Probably.
Okay. They look tasty.
It is still very dark early in the morning. The wind whipping about. The clothes of the rabbit folk just kind of blowing in the wind. And it is very reminiscent of the sounds you hear outside the thin parts of the tree. More than a few times you've kind of like sat with your ear against the bark in places that you know are significantly more thin than others, where you hear the howls, and it sounds very similar to what you hear right now, all around. And I believe it was your father that experienced the outside?
Father or ancestors, but yeah.
Ancestors, yeah. So you've never actually been out there, but you've definitely heard these sounds before.
Yeah.
In your curiosity.
I'm gonna take a minute to look around, but my blade is still kind of pointed in the general direction of Primrose.
And Primrose, you see this rusty, battered looking sword that looks like if it stabbed anything harder than like soft butter, it might break.
As you get closer, you would also notice that Primrose actually smells like flowers. Almost as like her namesake. And, well, hello. It's not polite to point weapons at other people, especially whenever I have not done anything to necessarily provoke you in the first place. But
Well, just don't get
you
too
feel
close.
better. If it makes you feel better, you can point that sword at me.
He'll continue pointing it, and he'll say, "If you get too close, then you know what happens."
Do what you like. I'm not going to stop you. So, are you someone that I can talk to, or that could help me?
A pause, and then he'll say, Yes, I guess I am. Always wanted to kill some winter dogs.
And Mad
Well,
Dog, you
great.
would know that from what this Primrose was saying, you're probably the best bet for them to actually talk to anyone in your entire civilization. Yeah. Other than maybe your father, but even them, he's a crotchety old man. But not very welcoming of outsiders.
Okay. Well, great. So, what can you tell me about this place? I've just arrived, and here I am. Um, since you can help me, or you have at least a desire to help me, um, what can you tell me?
He's gonna look around, and it's snowy. And sometimes I hear wolves. Yeah.
So, you live in the tree.
Yeah. No, not anymore. I probably shouldn't go back there for a little bit, I guess.
Oh, okay.
Uh,
So, have you ever been outside the tree?
Only in dreams.
So, this is your first time outside the tree.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Okay. Um, perfect. Um,
And Mad Dog has like little wings, correct?
Yeah, he's got moth wings.
Do you walk or do you hover?
He's walking right now. He's got those special boots.
Mm-hmm.
I think he normally walks, unless he has to ascend the levels of the tree. So I think he's gonna walk for a little bit.
you could see that that Primrose is a little annoyed is not the right word, but sort of exasperated because it's not actually what she was expecting. Um, she wasn't sure what she was expecting, but whatever this is not it. So she you could so she pulls down the hood, and so her head is bare now, and she will say in Sylvan, well, I guess we sort of got off on the wrong foot. My name is Primrose Whitetail. You can call me Prim, and it's a pleasure to meet you. And she gives a little bow of her head and sort of holds out her paw in a way that would almost be a handshake, but
Um,
not quite, because she doesn't, you can tell that she doesn't really do handshakes, but she's trying to be kind and courteous at the time. So it's what you would expect to be a formal greeting.
he pulls back the sword and he'll sheath it, but then he just folds his arms and says, "Mad Dog, son of Greyleaf of Clan Skullcap."
And she will retract her hand. Well,
And as
okay.
you, sorry, um, Madog, as you go and say, Madog, son of, you got through the kind of mad part of it, and then you hear from inside, Madog, never spirit skullcap, you better not be outside that portal!
I recognize the voice.
Yeah, you do.
Oh.
And you also know, the middle part that he said, the never spirit, that very, very, very rarely ever gets used on you, and it is kind of like the fairy name that you've got. Kind of like a title. It's not quite your clan name or your first name, and question out of character, is your mother alive, or do you not know who she is?
I think he's got a lot of mothers. There's one who's biological,
Mhm.
but maybe he's not sure, doesn't really care which one
Which
that
one?
is.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just know the company that your father keeps occasionally refer to you as Never Spirit.
Awesome.
But yes, Prim, you and Madog both hear this voice. It's fairly deep but low at the same time. Like it's coming from someone quite small. That's the only way I can describe it. But it holds some sort of like authority behind it.
Madog is gonna kind of steel himself and just look at Prim and say under his breath that we should probably go.
Okay, then let's go.
And so we're gonna head in a direction, I guess. Away.
As you start heading off, you hear, Madog, get back here right now! I will not ask a second time!
No, he's gonna keep going.
And what is both your passive perceptions?
17 for Prim.
Very nice.
15 for Madog.
Prim, you see a small, pudgy fairy flutter fractionally outside of the tree, like kind of sticks his head through, and he looks like this. Bearded, yellow-eyed, tan skin, kind of looks like Madog. But the main thing you notice is in his hands, he's holding a really tiny short bow and arrows. One of them notched. The arrow itself has like a pink tip on it, and this pudgy looking bearded fairy has his tongue like poking out as he's kind of biting down on it, squinting, pulling the string of his bow back and aiming it directly at Madoc's back.
I guess. So I would see that he's definitely trying to fire whatever this is, or getting ready.
Yeah,
to.
it's like he's aiming the arrow at Madog's back.
Shoot. Then I guess I would. I I guess could I try to warn him, but then also I guess I would maybe try to push him out of the way
All right.
because I'm not gonna step in front of it.
Yeah, that's fine. Not for some random stranger.
But I would try to push it out of the way. Push him out of the way.
All right. Noted. He's going to have disadvantage as the arrow you see doesn't have like a arrow tip on it. It's not sharp. It's kind of like a blunt arrow, but it's got this like weird purple head on it. As there is a little like whistling sound as this toothpick-sized arrow flies through the air towards Madog. And with disadvantage, that is an 11.
No.
Otherwise, that would have been significantly better. The arrow whizzes by, and Madog, you're shoved to the side. You see this rabbit folk give you like a decent little shove, and then suddenly there's the whistling of the arrow flying past, and it embeds in a tree nearby, and it kind of like pings off of it, and there's a little poof of this pink mist that appears, and you know that your father calls them knockout arrows, where if people get hit by them, they're used in the annual clan battles, to basically you get hit by them and it's pixie dust and it knocks you out. Spinning around, you see your father half outside of the portal. Greyleaf Skullcat. With a bow in hand. Looking directly at you.
I'm gonna do a little jig and blow him a kiss, and then just book it.
You see him
And-
like notching another arrow. By the time both you and Primrose dart around out of view, and you hear another as the mist hits a tree that was where you were, and you're
Can I-
away.
Can I snatch up at least one or two of the arrows? I know
They seem to shatter on impact.
Okay. Can I grab some shards, maybe?
Oh yeah, you can definitely grab like the wooden part of the arrow.
Just a memento.
Of course. And Primrose, you and Madog apparently, well, not apparently, have fled, and that individual doesn't seem to leave the tree, and you see him like shaking his fist and yelling and cursing in Sylvan as Madog moved away.
Friend of yours?
Father.
Don't you think that's kind of important?
Yeah, well, I can think about it when we get wherever we're going.
Okay.
I'm gonna look down at the shards in my hand, or the shaft, and just keep going. Kind of blocking my face from the snow.
And as you look around, you currently have maybe 10, 15 feet of visibility, as the wind is whiffing around. And Primrose, the journey that you have made to get to this tree for so long has apparently led you to... What is going on? Looking back one direction, you can see the tree towering above all other trees. Looking the other direction, you see a very lost-looking Madog. This small fairy creature, doing like little hops and then flutters as the snow gets deeper and deeper. Apparently being shot having been just shot at by his father, going somewhere where you clearly can see he has no idea where he's going, or even any survival skills in this environment. Although, something weird is happening with his boots.
Right. So you've clearly never been outside before, I take it.
Shove it in my face.
What was that?
Oh, nothing. Bitch.
Ah. Hmm. You know, I could just take you back there. I don't have
you
to
wanna-
go.
You want to try? Let's go. Where would you know? Somewhere?
Not really, considering that I was sent to the tree. And then when I came to the tree, I met frickin' Frack back there, and then you. And then you shoved a sword in my face, and then before I could even talk to someone, your dad starts shooting arrows because you decided to rebel. So, no, I don't really know where we're going. I'm just trying to do what I was tasked to do. And hopefully you can help me. And if not, well then, I don't know. I mean, I'm not your babysitter. I never want to be. I will not be. I don't expect to be. And I don't think that you expect that either. But I would hope that we, for the time being, can get along and not kill each other in the wilderness, because there is plenty of things that will want to do that anyway.
Primrose, as you're speaking and watching Madog, he's kind of stopped moving at the moment and turned around and is like interacting with you as he speaks. And you take in the surroundings, and the one thing you notice is the blizzard that is whipping around him right now. It's almost like it's moving around him. He's standing almost atop the compacted snow, and you've seen things similar. It's almost like a blessing of summer over him, which very few people have at all. Normally someone gifted or chosen or destined by the Queen of Summer would have the ability to hold back winter like Madog is right now. The snow underfoot seems to not affect him. The wisping and blistering ice of the storm is almost flowing around him. It's like there's something more going on, and the only time you've seen it is when very powerful, like champions of summer or chosen of summer, many of which don't even know they've been chosen, hold back the onslaught of winter. But as he's just standing there and eyeing you, it's almost like the storm ignores him.
Well, it would appear that you have been chosen by Summer. For what purpose, I do not know. So, I guess I was sent to find you, apparently.
I'm gonna lift a hand and just do a mocking motion with it. and then slide my arm under my nose. You gonna keep talking, or you gonna find some place to go?
Fine. I could see you're going to try my patience the whole way. The whole way.
Why me?
Fine. Okay. So then, I guess out of character now, I would attempt to utilize, I guess, survival and whatnot to ascertain maybe like a direction that we should go in, or, maybe which is best, given the conditions and whatnot. Because while Mad Dog might be sort of protected from the elements, I am not.
Certainly you're not correct. So
Therefore-
Primrose can roll me a survival, and Madog can roll me a d8.
Okay. That is a 1 again.
Alright. And you can also feel free to roll in the destiny of the collective chat as well. Saves
Oh,
me.
okay. Okay,
I
the bots
don't
are
mind.
back.
Yeah.
Cool.
I don't mind where it is, it's just so I don't have to tab over to other
Okay.
places. And alright. Madog begins to head off, and you have no idea where you're going. And Primrose, you follow this stranger, this very obviously fey creature. And you definitely get the sense that he acts like a wild fey. The demeanor, the lack of direction, everything that you've seen thus far just screams uncivilized from him. And he seemingly heads off a direction he has no idea where he is going. But perhaps fate has something else in store? You hope? You're trudging through this snow. At points you need to hop around trying to find compacted snow, losing yourself in it. Your fur definitely helping, and yet you are still chilled to the core. Looking around, you're trying to find some sort of path or means to lessen what's going on, but to keep up with Madog, you just cannot. You can't at all. And you're shivering, pulling your cloak closer to you, putting the hood back up. You begin heading southwest. That is what you're able to ascertain, but nothing more. The wind whips around. The snow becomes thicker. The safety of that little canyon that you're in, the little surrounding edges of the cliff and the dead trees lessens, and now there is just these trees like desiccated claws kind of pulling themselves from the snow. Not enough leaves or anything on them to hold it in, so it kind of looks like claws reaching from this icy tundra. And you walk for hours in this. Shivering, miserable. Madog, this place is fascinating. it's not as cold as you expect it to be. It's not as miserable, and there's no howling. And normally by now you would have heard the howls of the hunt of winter. You would have heard the dangers outside. You hear them hourly at home, but here it is just the whipping of the wind. There's something different about this place. Maybe your luck has changed. Maybe something has happened. You look back and you just see like twin snot icicles coming from Primrose underneath the hood, completely frozen, eyelids crusted over as she's trudging through this snow, miserable and freezing.
You sick or something?
No.
Keep your distance. Could be contagious.
I told you, you idiot, I'm not sick.
Eh,
It's
you look sick.
cold out here.
What do you mean? It's not that bad. Come on.
I'm sorry, I was not blessed by summer. Therefore, it's cold here. If you feel like walking, walk. If we're going to talk, we can walk while we do so. Please move. It is cold. I am cold.
He'll shrug his shoulders. All right. And just keep kind of walking and kicking the snow as he moves along.
And Madog, everybody has heard of the Summer Lady, the Summer Queen, as well as Winter Lady and Winter Queen. There is also the Winter and Summer Mother as well. They are the most powerful of the Fae of the courts. This Primrose said something about the Summer Lady, but it is well known that the queens are the current rulers of the seasons. The mothers are generally their mothers, but they're not necessarily blood mothers, but they're the previous queens and said to be the most powerful of the Fae. But they're basically retired. And then the ladies are the up-and-coming queens, the ones that are next in line, and their position does hold significant power. They are not the sorts of Fae you ever want to interact with, personally or otherwise, and you also never want to get the attention of them, because generally it doesn't go too well. They are both revered and feared, and they're kind of the big hotshots that people tell stories about where you come from. And in your home, they're also cursed, basically. Their names are not used fondly, for it is the war between the queens that caused the decimation and the isolation of your tribe. Yet, your father's always been kind of Summer at heart. His ancestors, they've always believed in Summer, but it was the inevitable loss that caused the decimation of your tribe. And it makes your house one of the less fondly looked at houses, because it is known that your father, well, at least still has belief in Summer, despite being Wild Fae, having renounced it like the rest of your tribe. He still kind of respects at least what Summer stands for. That is kind of what you know and what you grew up being taught, and how you view them, well, that's up to you. You might have a very different view to your father. He at least raised you on the teachings, excuse me, the teachings and like the goals of summer and what they stand for. But you also know the miserable home that belief has caused you to be raised in. Just something to keep in mind.
Kind of.
As I don't know how you view them.
I think Mad Dog's kind of seen Prim as a kook right now, at least. But he's just enjoying the surroundings.
Alright. And that's when we're gonna hop back over to 7, Reggie, and Tayan.
Ooh.
7, the ball kind of splutters and is spat out from the children. Meanwhile, you have Tayan and Reggie, Tayan, you're escorting Reggie to the kitchen, correct?
Yep.
Alright.
So, follow the path that I saw the father take, right? Because I'm kind of new here too. So.
Yep. You know the temple well enough. It's not incredibly large. You've spent a little bit of time here, and by a little, like maybe a week. But enough to get a sense of this feeling familiar to you. Reggie, this is all new to you. You have not been here more than a day so far. And as you begin walking, do you have your black book out?
No, I don't have my Book of Shadows out.
Alright. You begin heading into the kitchen and you see this elderly man leaning over a stove. He seems to be cooking like a big, huge pot of broth. And he turns, seeing Tayan, or hearing Tayan, probably, and like tilts his head, seeing Reggie. Hello? Hey, Tayan.
This person was looking for you. I think he bought some soup.
He looks around and then notices the floating bowl of soup. Whoa, whoa! Hi there. My name is Father Selick. Are you doing that? Addressing Reggie.
This is so confusing for him. Everybody can do this where he's from. Yes. Double D told me to come and see you. Your daughter, right? At the tavern. I think it's a tavern. Is it an inn?
Double D. Oh, the lovely Danny.
Yes, your daughter, Danny. Double D.
No, we're not related, son.
Are you my father? I'm so confused.
No. I am Father Selick, father of the church. We are all the sons and daughters of Lathander. Have you heard of Lathander?
Have I? Being in the Fae? I don't think so.
Roll a religion. Because you did have a life outside before. Yeah, you've heard of Lathander. He's a very before you, like as a child, he's a very prominent god, known as the Morning Lord, or many different things. Bringer of Dawn, Lord of Birth and Renewal, things like that. He is the holy, good god that many humans follow. Your parents probably, at least, if not followed him, respected him. You know of him as a greater deity.
Father, so I'll poke his head in. Is Nancy allowed to have the what's that thing called? It's got the long bit and then it's kind of it's pointy and I'm worried.
He glances over at Seven, eyes go wide. No, 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 she cannot have anything pointy!
Oh, she said, "Hey, you lied to me." I'll come back over.
There's like a giggling and then a running as you hear little footsteps patter down the hallway.
Yes, I think I heard Morning Lord. Sounds right. Bringer of Dawn, something like that. Yes.
Yes, of course, the Father of Light. He is, well, we are all his children, but Father is the title of the Holy Church here, and I speak. He speaks through me. Welcome to the church. Can I help you at all, son? That is impressive magic you have, but please do be wary. That may scare many people.
Why? It's fun.
He gives a warm smile that Tayan, you've noticed he reserves for like the children and the young to try and comfort them, and he puts down the cooking utensils that he had and begins walking over to you, Reggie. Son, people get scared from what they cannot understand, and that is a talent. And is that for me from lovely Danny?
She wanted you to have it. Yes. She also wanted you to look at my eyes. I don't know why. It works perfectly fine.
May I? And he holds his hands out for the bowl.
Yeah, I'll flip the bowl over to him.
And it plops down into his hands, and he gives you a smile, Reggie, and then places the bowl on the table nearby, and then says, and you've got your eye open right now, right?
Yes, I would have opened it again.
He looks at it and tilts his head, and then says, now, son, here, the children, the people of Iceberg, they don't all have the talent that you have. And like Tayan and I here, many do not have the blessings of Lathander either. Magic scares those that do not understand it. So sometimes you need to be wary with things like this. A floating bowl may elicit screams of ghosts or something.
I can do
You-
ghosts, and I'll do a little minor illusion and do like a little ghost.
I think
Uh,
him and Seven are going to get along very well.
Yes. And he thinks for a moment. And Seven, have you demonstrated any other kind of, other than tattoo sort of magical aptitude? Would the father know of your arcane talents?
Arcane talents. What do you mean?
That's what I thought. I was wondering if he had seen any demonstrations of any magic from Seven in the time that you've been here.
Probably just the tattoo trick.
Okay. The father kind of nods for a moment and says, now, son, just you understand what I'm saying, right? People do not understand everything that is going on and may attribute your talents to something else. Something scary. You don't want to scare people, do you?
Scaring's half the fun, especially when they realize that no harm has come to them.
Tayan, he looks to you and has an almost pleading expression on his features.
Help me!
We will try to keep his magic on the quieter side as not to scare people.
Are you new to town, son?
You said that I got here what? Just a few days ago.
Yesterday? Yeah,
Yesterday.
been here a day.
Yes. Time is weird. Yesterday, or is it tomorrow? I've only been here. I think a day. That sounds right.
Are you lost?
We all are lost.
No, I'm not lost at all. This is my home.
But you ask for help, right?
Another pleading look of help to Tayan.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that last comment.
He's saying we're
he-
all lost.
Yeah, we're all lost. But you ask for help. Basically, you're praying to a god. Like you're asking a god for guidance.
Well, we'll see what help we can all be.
As for lovely Miss Digby, she sent you because you've got something wrong with your eye? What happened? Why? And he just looks at your eye for a moment and it's swirling, seems confused. What happened?
I don't remember. Is there something wrong with my eye? I don't think there is. I can see out of both of them just fine.
He walks over and gets a shiny pot and like holds it up, and you can see the swirling colors in your own eye.
Oh, that. I think it was Mr. Light. He gave me he said this will help me? That sounds right. Yes.
Help you or hurt you?
It doesn't hurt.
Taylor shrugs.
You tell me about this Mr. Light.
He runs the carnival with Mr. Witch.
Carnival?
Yes. You've never seen the Witchlight Carnival before?
There's another look of help towards Tayan.
I've heard some rumors about the carnival, but I've never seen it. Legend. I guess it's actually true.
You need to go. Oh, it's the best. All manner of food and games. And the Seelie and Unseelie courts, while they are there, they are tolerant of each other. It's fun. It's neutral ground, so to speak.
Is it
So fun.
Is it nearby?
Where did I come out at?
You just kind of appeared outside the city.
Gotcha. I think so. I can see if we can go back. Might be hard. He said that he wouldn't come for a while. And I'll pull off the little stoppered bottle that I have and start vigorously rubbing it.
Nothing.
Yeah. He said that he might not come. It's okay.
Too bad. A carnival might have been nice for the kids.
Oh, I can put on something for them. I've got something. What is it? I can do the ghost thing, but not make it ghosts. I can do little balls of light and make all light. I can. Do you have any seeds? I can make them grow. I can make flowers. Um, and if they get too
Remember
rowdy,
what I said about magic?
magic is fun. Yeah.
Magic is scary.
Oh, pish posh. It's not scary. It's fun. You just
Father Selleck! Father!
He looks between you both and then says, "Oh, I'll be right back," and heads out, leaving both Reggie and Tayan in the kitchen as he pokes his head into the main hallway and looks around for Seven.
Just gonna have a quick off camera chat, where Seven's gonna just go for dinner or something. Just leaves
All right,
because I gotta go.
no problem. Thank you for sticking around and enjoy your session.
See you guys later. Bye.
So,
Catch you next time.
and does Tayan and Reggie do anything as they are together alone
I'll just
for the
say,
moment?
I'll just say to him, you're likely not going to convince the father or some of the townspeople about magic. I would just be a little careful being around some people when you use it.
I didn't quite catch that. What was that again?
Wow. Basically, he says you're not going to change the father's mind about magic and some of the townspeople, and just be careful.
Did you get that, Ginger?
Yeah. I'm trying to think of the response because this is
Okay.
he's very erratic. That's fine. Just try harder. It's just the show's got to go on. That's they always say the show's got to go on. They'll come around. They always come around.
Talon just lets it go, right? I mean, he just looks at, to him, it's like the immovable object and the irresistible force. Like, neither one's going to fully give in here, so.
Okay. And as you see, Father Selleck right now is kind of organizing the kids. They've all started to settle down a little bit, and Seven is helping get them all into position for breakfast. Everyone, including Primrose and Madog, Reggie and Tayan, there is a loud bang that just breaks the silence of, well, the morning. It pierces through the whispering winds that Primrose and Madog hear all around them. And then there is a second incredibly loud bang. You hear glass shattering throughout the town. Tayan and Reggie, you feel the ground shake. The pots and pans of the kitchen all fly off the table and clatter to the ground. The big bowl, tub of broth, spills over and just clashes to the ground. I'm going to need everyone to make dex saves for me, please.
Can I see what
You
I'm about to
cannot.
attack? Okay. Aw.
Just exclamation mark S.
put it in the
Oh, and
bot
it needs to be in
command
bot
channel.
channel, actually?
Yeah. Put it in there. Try to save the clutter from the other.
Okay, so yeah, it does need to go into the bot channel for me. Thank you.
21.
Alright. Tayan, you kind of stagger and then your trunk reaches out and kind of wraps around one of the pillars near the room, holding yourself. Reggie, you slip, you tumble to the ground, and this hot broth falls to the ground and just washes over you. You take 1 point of damage as the boiling water just rushes all over you, filling the ground, scalding your flesh as you fall to the ground. Both of you within the temple hear screaming of children as the father and Seven, luckily having got most of them to the table, kind of get them under, and everybody thinks earthquake at this point in time. Primrose and Madog, you are both within the ice right now, the snow all around you. There is the creaking of trees that begin to like sway side to side, snapping of branches, and just movement of the snow underfoot as you both kind of stagger and you're able to grab hold of nearby trees, the wind whipping around you, this loud bang just coming from somewhere unperceivable around you. You're not sure which direction it came from. And then there is just back to silence. The whipping of wind. And we're going to go over to Primrose and Madog.
Does that?
Are you all right?
Yeah. Does that happen a lot?
I mean, this is my first time here, but no, I don't think so. This might be what the summer lady was talking about with Winter. So, I guess we could just continue on, or maybe we could try to find out where this came from, if you're so inclined.
Out of character, is there a way to determine where this came from? General direction?
It was indeterminable at the time.
Well then. Well, okay, I guess, so, well, since we're safe now, I guess we can...
And as you say that,
Famous last words.
Oh, exactly.
no, wait. Yep. Aww. There is a rumbling sound. Primrose and Madog. You can definitely hear the direction this overwhelming rumbling sound is coming from. It's coming from the east of you right now, and you can't see more than 15 feet away as the snow is whipping all around you. But this rumbling sound is getting louder and louder and louder.
Okay. What size is Primrose? I think small, maybe.
Yes. Yeah.
Um.
She's smaller than you are.
Oh, okay. Can
Yeah.
I flutter, run over maybe, and kind of grab her and flutter up?
What's your strength?
18.
I believe you definitely could. So you, Primrose, what do you do as you suddenly see Madog flutter over to you and go to grab you? The ground is
Um,
shaking. This sound is getting exceptionally loud.
Hmm. Well, I think I would just at this point, I think I might just roll with it. There would probably be a little bit of like as he picks me up, there would probably be um uh what I would term as unhappy noises. Um, but yeah, I guess given that my wisdom is 18, I would say that I might be able to intuit that a little bit that maybe being on the ground is not a good idea. So
You can
I
also
would,
make a survival if you like.
yeah. So
Yeah, it's pretty obviously an avalanche.
so I would, I might huff a little, but I would let it go with minimal complaints, and there wouldn't be anything verbal. It's mostly audible.
Okay. And Madog, you grab Primrose. What do you do?
Gonna fly up 35 feet,
Okay.
maybe.
Flying up 35 feet. Primrose, the ground leaves beneath you, and this is what I'm going to need. Hmm.
It's a 40-foot tall avalanche.
No, but I'm going to need a check from you. I'll say an athletics, because as you begin taking off the ground, the wind is whipping around you, and you feel your body being shaken side to side. You can't move as fast as at all, and you're holding Primrose right now. As you're moving at half your speed, and you're able to climb 10 feet? What's your movement speed actually?
30.
So you're able to move 15 feet up.
Okay. A 20 on the athletics.
Very nice. The wind is whipping around you, you're being thrown and tossed side to side. It's almost nauseating, Primrose, by the way, as you're being held almost helpless, ascending higher and higher, and the ground disappears beneath you as it is now just this white storm. The rumbling can be heard, but luckily no longer felt. And then you climb up. Do you climb up? You said you climbed up to 30 feet.
I said 35, but 30
Then
would be on each side.
35. Yep, then 35 feet. And you wait. The rumbling is almost overwhelming right now. Up here, your visibility is actually quite significantly further. The snow being whipped around isn't quite up at this altitude. And off to your west, you can see, probably a few miles away, sticking out of the snow that is being whipped around by the wind, a civilization, and one that, Madog, you've never seen before. The houses and buildings are not made of wood, they're not within a tree. There is this weird grey material, stone, that is making these buildings that look like nothing you've ever seen before. Primrose, you see this large settlement to the west, from your altitude, but to the east, rolling down the cliff face, you see this incredibly large avalanche. And Madog thinks maybe you get a little bit more altitude, Just in case, as the snow is just tumbling over itself, flinging up rocks and debris every which way, heading directly towards where you are.
Yeah, I'll definitely fly up a little higher. Another
Okay.
15 maybe.
The wind is still buffeting you, but you're able to hold your composure quite impressively, and not even a minute later, rumbling underneath you, engulfing and taking away the trees that were all around you, the avalanche rumbles underfoot. It definitely came from the west, the mountain peaks that you now see, and Madog, looking around, you've never been in the open this much before. You see this clear blue ceiling above you. You see white whipping about everywhere. You see land all around this frozen white tundra like the stories of winter that you've been told as a child. This place is beyond big, bigger than you've ever seen. You almost feel free. And then the city disappears as the avalanche reaches where those stone buildings are, obscuring your vision. The snow whipping up all around. And Tayan and Reggie, we hop over to you. There is a rumbling sound approaching far to the east.
Tayan just. So this is after the avalanche, right? We're hearing additional.
No, this is before. It hasn't hit you yet. The rumbling is coming towards you. I just had to do Primrose and Mad Dog first because they were closer to the origin of it.
Yeah. I guess Talon just kind of has a somewhat puzzled look because he is kind of new to here. He's been here a week but hasn't heard an avalanche before, so he's not exactly sure what's going on.
Keeping in mind, Reggie is currently on the ground in scalding hot broth.
Okay, so he's so. All right, I guess I'm confusing order of operations. So it hasn't happened yet, or it has happened? Like what? We don't know what knocked him down yet. It wasn't the avalanche. Okay, I'm confused.
Sorry, I'll explain it again. There was the bang, and you grabbed onto everything, and Reggie fell over, and everything fell over. And now there is a rumbling of something happening. But there was just like the sudden bang that, remember, you had to make the deck save, and I described everything falling over and everything?
Gotcha. So the bang. Okay, I thought the bang and the avalanche was.
No, rumbling is like a constant of stuff moving. And before that, it was just a incredibly large, not quite an explosion, but like a bang that just shook everything that people thought was an instantaneous like earthquake. And that's when you all fell over, things spilled, people screamed, and then there was like a moment of silence, and then there's this dull rumbling sound getting louder and louder now that you're there and Reggie's prone on the ground in scalding hot broth.
I thought the bang and the avalanche happened simultaneously. My bad.
Nope.
I was time warping in the wrong direction. Okay, so
the avalanche has a few miles to travel.
I use my trunk to grab Reggie off the floor, and I say, "Let's go outside and see what's happening." And I don't wait. I just head out the door once he's up and relatively seems okay.
What are you doing, Reggie? Reggie, Ginger.
Sorry, I had to stand up and move away. My butt was starting to hurt. Well, I just got burned, so I'm gonna laugh that off and stand up and just kind of clean up.
Did you hear that Tayan grabbed you?
I did not. Sorry.
Yeah, I picked you up off the floor, and
Okay, well, I'm still laughing at the pain, laughing off the pain.
He seems fine.
Also, please just let me know if people step away as well, because lots of the stuff I'm describing is relevant to both groups. I know we're at 2 different spots, but just let me know so I know what I need to repeat and what I don't.
Well, I could hear you. I just had to stand up.
Oh, so you did get the description of everything?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Tayan picked you up.
Pick me up, laughing the pain off, and what was that?
And now you see Tayan running out.
Okay, we're running now. Okay. And I will follow him. I assume that this home for wayward children is disheveled. So as I'm running, I'll just press the digitation and clean it up as I run because it's fun.
You're running. It's actually pretty clean in most of the places aside from the scalding broth that is all over the floor right now that you kind of plat through as you're running. And you hear this low rumbling sound that is getting louder and louder. And as you're making your way through the hallway of the temple, heading towards the front door, suddenly you hear bells ringing from somewhere in town. There is more screaming from children inside as the father and Seven comfort them all and try and get them somewhere safe. Many of the children are crowding underneath the big wooden tables that are in the temple of the dining hall. That very yummy broth is now completely ruined. Your clothes are soaked and you smell like broth. Reggie. And these bells ring out as you both step to the front of the temple itself, opening up into the early morning. It is very, very dark, and you can see up the mountainside itself, where normally the cliffs tower over, the sun has just begun to rise behind them, kind of silhouetting the large mountains that normally overlook the town, and all you see is this early morning rays of light reflected off this white, well, mass rolling towards the city from above. It is still probably a good mile away, but it is building, and it is just this large cloud of white snow and rocks and rubble. You can hear the rumbling.
Yeah, I go to close and barricade any doors or windows. And I mean, how high is the town wall for this? Do you think it's going to hold?
The town wall's a good maybe 10 feet, 15 feet. Like, it's a solid stone wall.
Alright, still want to be safe, so definitely close whatever doors and, barricade them closed just to see, try and make sure nothing comes in.
Alright, you pull the doors closed behind Reggie. Reggie, what are you doing as you see this?
Well, if he's outside with me as well. I mean, I
Yeah, he
motion to
stepped
come
out with
in.
you.
It's like, I kind of motion him in. It's like, let's close the doors to make sure we...
Oh, that was my mistake. You're closing him with you inside the building, not outside the building.
Oh, okay. I thought I just locked them out. Sorry, Reggie. Good luck.
Enjoy! No, so you're inside the building and you close the doors, blocking off your view of the mountains, correct?
All right. Yeah. Because, I mean, what am I going to do against that? I got a fireball.
I don't know. What are you going to do against that? You hear bells ringing out, and you just see people within the city like start running around and scrambling, and those bells are just chiming from somewhere deeper within the city itself, the burg. Reggie, what were you doing?
I'll help him get all the doors and windows shut up, and I will hand him the genie vessel to hold on to because he's in my mind he's a lot bigger, so he can protect it better. Does that make sense?
What does it look like? What's the thing that you hand him look like
It's
for
ju-
his reference?
it's like a grimy but ornate bottle. Looks like there might be gems, might be colored glass embedded into the maybe plated gold or real gold bottle that's stoppered at the top with a right now just a cork. I can't think of what actual stoppers are called. Like the actual top of like a ornate bottle would be called.
So, Tayan, as you close these two double large doors, big wooden doors of the temple, you do see there's a bar that you're able to put down. No problem at all, by the way. There's a bar that you can put down to kind of blockade the door itself.
Yep.
As you put that down, suddenly this new guy, Reggie, just holds out this random lamp to you. Do you say anything, Reggie, or just hold it out, or like shove it in his hands, or what do you do to get him to hold it?
Just hold on to this. Don't drop it, please.
Thank you for your donation to the church. I don't know.
I will. I assume that the kids are inside and they are crying, right?
Yes, Seven and the father are currently comforting them in the dining hall. They're all kind of crowded underneath the big wooden tables of the dining hall, as described.
Okay. After all the doors and windows are shut, I will go over and try to make them happy. Try to keep them entertained.
Oh, well, firstly, do you respond to Tayan saying thank you for your donation? You're at the door right now. Door's just been broken.
handed it to him and ran off.
Alright. As you made your way to the windows and Tayan doing the same, you notice all of them are shattered as described. That was definitely the sound of shattering glass, as the beautiful stained glass windows have all been completely shattered. Now, they do have shutters on them. The shutters are pulled closed by you. It doesn't seem like they have actual locks on them, but the wind from outside is pushing against them, so by pulling them in anyway, they kind of stick closed, but they wouldn't be able to really withstand much force at all. There is just shards of glass all over the ground from that strange bang that happened that shook you all. You see the walls themselves have some hairline fractures all throughout them. Definitely have structural damage to this stone structure. Whatever happened didn't just affect you all in the kitchen. You're able to pull all the shutters closed, and Reggie, you go into the main dining hall, and there's just kids crying and screaming, and the father and Seven are doing their best to comfort them.
I know the father's like the magic is scary and whatnot, but I don't care. I will do small little minor illusions of some miniature lions, some butterflies, and this, that, and the other, and I'll do some it's not mage, it's not prestidigitation, some druid craft. Where's that? There it is. Just some small puffs of wind on their faces as the butterflies fly by and whatnot.
So, did you just say butterflies, or did you say lions as well?
I create a sound or an image of an object. I will do a butterfly lion. Screw it. We'll do lions with butterfly wings. Trying to make the kids happy.
Alright.
There is no other place to go in this structure, right? There's no downstairs.
No, there's not. There's rooms that house them that basically have sleeping bags. But you're able to run around and check, and they are empty currently. Very messy.
Which part of the building would be the part with the doors that I think would be impacted if the snow actually came that far?
You do. The church is facing the east. So you
Then,
believe they'll hit like the front doors of the church itself.
if I see any damage in the structure or anything like that against that wall, I'll try and do mending on it, cantrip. So
You
that
definitely can.
just try and reinforce the structure. I only could do it in a 1 foot, I think a 1 foot cube, if I remember correctly, no larger than 1 foot in a dimension. Okay, 1 foot in a dimension. I've got time. I do what I can. That's all I can think of right now.
Alright. Reggie, as you start closing all the shutters, you do run out and you see this large elephant man is casting magic, and you see the cracks begin to seal up as if by magic. And that's when you start making little minor illusions of little butterfly lions, and some of the children just kind of don't notice them. Some of them move away a little worried where they came from, and others kind of giggle distracted. Based on the ages, it's more comforting the really young ones. And the sound gets louder and louder and louder, and this all happens within a minute. And then there is the large crash, and you can all brace inside the temple. You hear pinging of like rocks and stones clattering against the shutters and the door outside. Things colliding with the temple itself. And 30 seconds later, everything goes quiet. Eerily quiet. It's almost as if the wind died down as well.
So, yeah, if it's done, let's open the door and see what we can see.
Moving over to the door, you move the big barricade and open up one of the doors, and you can see there is just snow and stone and rubble just kind of strewn against the door. No major damage, but definitely would have shattered any glass windows and possibly flew into the building. If anyone was hit by those, probably wouldn't have killed them, but would have hurt. Definitely causing penetrations and like cuts and bruises. Looking over where the wall is, you just see this big cloud of still settling snow and ice and debris. The wall is cracked and damaged and breached in places. The closer to the wall buildings around are, the more damaged they are, but from the looks of it, other than the wall, most of the buildings are still standing. Or all the buildings are still standing with minor structural damage. You see people cowering nearby that weren't able to reach shelter in time, and the bell has gone silent as well. Everyone's just looking around bewildered about what happened, and slowly start to emerge throughout the city itself, looking around, scared. Definitely seems like this has never happened before.
Nobody's yelling out to look for the survivors, anything like that. So, I don't seem like
Nope.
anything has been. Okay, just making sure nothing. It didn't sound like.
Everyone's just like slowly emerging from their hiding places right now. You see there is some people that have got like cuts and bruises and things like that, but it doesn't look like there's any dead bodies in the street.
I will try and go to what's left of wall of the town to get to the top, if possible, to get a better look at what might have happened or what direction it. Twice I saw what direction, but just to get a better look at things, right?
Yep. And Reggie, what are you doing?
I will go out and just look at the damage in the courtyard and be like, "Ooh, glad we were in that building." And I don't know where the elephant's going.
You see
said
him walking down the steps from the church right now.
Well, I went and did what what was her name? Danny asked, so I'll go back to the inn. Job complete. He doesn't know anything about avalanches. He doesn't know what's going on.
So you begin making your way down the steps as well, and that's when you see guards from the city begin to run out of different various places. Many of them like supporting people with them. Torches begin being lit by many people walking around, and the guards, they're all wearing what would be described as decently well-made armor and weapons. They've got steel weapons and like chain link armor. They look well funded for this town. Like they're not all wearing plate armor, but like chain is quite well off for guards in normal settlements. And you see there's probably a dozen of them total throughout the city. Not an incredibly large armed force, but enough. And the city's population is probably about 200, maybe a little more than that. Because it is only a burg after all. Maybe like 200 to 500 people at any one time. And Primrose and Madog, you're currently hovering above, and you saw this avalanche crash into the wall of the settlement. Everything begins to go quiet other than the whipping air about, and as the snow settles, pieces of the stone of the settlement begin to come back into view of you. Looking back up, you just see decimation up the mountain where trees have been flattened, rocks and paths that you've tread have been destroyed, and Madog, you are too far away to be able to see where your tree was, but you're not sure how it would have fared from this either.
You shouldn't have said that. That just makes me want to go back.
Just giving you info. So the settlement in the distance is beginning to come back into view slowly as everything settles. There is no more rumbling, no more bangs, no more nothing. But you definitely think if you stayed on the ground, you would probably both be dead at this point. And the path you took has been completely wiped away.
How far am I from the new ground? If I was 35 feet up.
Maybe like 25 feet.
Okay.
30 feet.
I will say to Primrose, well, that was fun. How is this like straining me holding her?
Yeah, it's not easy. You definitely couldn't do this for prolonged periods of time.
Okay.
It's more awkward than difficult.
Okay.
Like, while you could stay afloat, you might drop her.
Okay. I'll probably hover over the ground and kind of like let her down and get her footing if she can.
Primrose, do you say anything?
probably I guess I would wait till I was on the ground, but then I would thank Mad Dog.
Yeah, don't mention it.
And as you touch the ground, you fall like up to your waist in the snow,
Jeez.
as it's just not super compacted. What's left behind snow, you just go.
And then you would just hear, "Ugh."
I mean, I can try to fly us to that whatever that is. And he points towards the town.
How far away is it?
Mile, a little less than a mile.
Could maybe do that. Just hover, maybe. Can I? How, like, she fell through, but is there any, like, if I was to hover holding her arms, could she kind of support her own weight a little bit on the
Yeah,
surface?
yeah, definitely. You could even
Okay.
like hopscotch.
Okay.
It is considered difficult terrain to move through all this snow.
Well, I wouldn't be affected, so.
I know you're not. I've described that. You've
She
got
wants my wing.
the blessing of summer, obviously.
And we can't see anything on the map, right? Is there anything we shouldn't be looking at? Because this is black to us.
Oh, oh, really?
Yep.
Oops. It's been the city the entire time. It's been the city map, the iceberg map. So you can see you've got the mountains up here,
Not for me.
and then
It's all black.
give me a second.
Probably because we're not on the map and we're.
Yeah, you
no
shouldn't
lights on.
need.
I mean, I presume it's not just me.
Yeah, I can't see shit either.
Here we go. Now?
Oh, hey, there we go. Hey. Thank you, sir.
Anyway, mountains up here. So this camera view is facing west to east. The avalanche came down from this direction. You had, at the end of my cursor, basically Primrose and Madog over here somewhere. The avalanche went through, hit this wall here, and then you've got the temple right in the middle.
Where it should be.
Oh, actually, no. This is probably more appropriate for the temple because it's facing the east, as described.
All right, we'll go with it.
Then you've got the main courtyard. The bell was coming from somewhere, and people were walking the directions. You've got right in front here is the slow unicorn, and the very damaged wall, which runs along the eastern flank. But yeah, that's just iceberg as a whole. But yes, so Primrose and Madog.
I am going to hold her hands or her wrists if I'm allowed, and just kind of let her walk herself on top of the new blanket of snow. So I'm not ultimately straining myself too much, but I'm keeping her from sinking.
What do you think of that, Primrose?
She obviously accepts the help, knowing that she's not prideful enough to attempt to shake off the assistance, knowing that it would take her forever to basically swim to the and since she's quite small, she might actually sink into the snow.
At deeper points, you might just disappear.
So yes, she will accept the help and continue to head towards the town.
Okay. As you both travel down towards the town, that's when we've got Tane Tayan and Reggie. Reggie, you exit going down the stairs and go to turn left. Tayan is going straight towards the wall, and all these guards are moving about. They're asking for assistance from people, and you see this one man exit from this main building, the town hall, right in the middle of town. He is quite a young looking man, probably, early 20s. He comes out wearing this blue sash and this lovely scaled leather armor, polished and clean. He's got black hair with a goatee and beard. And on his hip, this shining silver sword. Holding in his right hand is a torch burning right now, and he begins to direct people every which way, yelling for assistance and help. And yeah, so you both see him, and he says, anyone uninjured, anyone capable, please join me. Make our way to the walls. You there, come here. Yes, you. Guards, spread out, look for the injured, bring them to the infirmary or the temple. And he begins looking around and heading off, pointing to different people. And Tayan, he does kind of point your direction when he says, you there! Please, come with me! And then he points to you, Reggie, seeing you making your way to the inn, and says the same thing.
New job acquired. Follow the man.
Yep, I was on mute. Yeah, I just follow with big strides.
As he's walking, he's gathering people. You see him even stop next to someone injured, and he gives them like a very quick look over, and you see he's got these bright blue eyes, and he studies them very quickly, and seems to say, like, you've got a fractured wrist, you need to do this, and he seems to be very medically knowledged as well. He does it very quickly, directing other people, giving orders, and everyone just seems to respond to him instantly. He has this like aura of authority and respect as he stands up and marches with haste, but he doesn't run, making his way to the wall. And it's at the wall that you see there is actually a few badly injured people, battered and bruised. They seem to be lookouts that may have been on the wall or in the towers at the time, flung off the wall. There seems to be a mason as well that is nearby. His leg is at an awkward angle. The wall itself is crumbling in places, completely collapsed in others. But there is just this mound of 20 foot of snow just piled up where the wall once was and pouring into the streets on the other side. It looks incredibly compact right now, and there is stone and rubble everywhere. The buildings nearby, near the wall, are near uninhabitable, as there is large boulders through the walls and windows, and around here there is just people with blood over their faces and their bodies, their clothing, moving about, helping people, moans and cries of pain nearby. It's just decimation near the wall. But again, without even blinking an eye or faltering in his step at all, this black-haired man walks around directing people, shouting and barking orders, and spending the time to like stop and help people. He takes out a water skin, washing some of the blood off this young man's face that seemed to he must have been nearby and been pelted by rubble, and begins helping people. As he does so, he looks around and yells out, "You, I need you on the wall. Keep a lookout for anything further that's happening." He directs one of the guards. Then he looks to Tayan and Reggie, You two, are you injured?
Silence.
I got burned.
And Tane, what did you say?
Oh, never mind. You sound better. I was gonna say, demons. We caught all that, but you were a little robotic for some of that.
Oh, was I?
Yeah, you were just breaking up a little bit, but I caught it all. Maybe it was me. I don't know.
He sounded fine to me.
Oh,
Yes, same.
all right. Then it was all me. All right, but I caught it all. Sorry. Um, the question was, are we okay?
Yep.
Yep. I'm fine. What can we do to help?
He looks to Reggie, who said he's burnt, and he then notices the slightly red skin that you've got, Reggie, and says, "If it's bad, head to the infirmary. Otherwise, pack some ice. Get it. Rub the what do they call it? The underfrost or something? The dirty, cold dirt. Rub that against your flesh. It'll it'll soothe the pain. Help the more badly injured. You," and he looks to Tayan. "Do you have any martial prowess?"
Yes.
Excellent, come with me. You, and looks to Reggie. Do you have any martial prowess?
No.
Okay, stay here. Man, I need some volunteers to come with me. We've got many cottages on the outskirts as well as the mine up near the mountains. We need to prepare a rescue group.
So
Anyone capable of fighting, come with me. Anyone fit and healthy, able to help others, come with me. Otherwise, help the wounded, get them to safety.
So
I can fight. I'm just not martially inclined, as you said.
Tayan knows
He
that
raises an eyebrow, not really realizing there's any other ability to fight other than martial. He just kind of raises an eyebrow and this, "Okay, come with me."
Yeah, Tayan was about to grab him. He'll be useful. Come along, Reggie.
You haven't seen the chaos this guy has sowed in the past 2 minutes. He'll be good. Trust me.
And my headset's about to die. Give me 5 seconds while I change my battery.
I need like the music from the Holy Grail or something like that.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay, here it goes.
Now we have been going for about 3 hours. Does anyone need a break, bathroom break, grab any food, anything like that?
I could take 5 minutes.
Yeah. If anyone needs anything, go take a 5-minute break. Otherwise, if you want to discuss anything, I'm here. And yeah, I hope everything. I know it's been jumping between you all, but I wasn't just going to rush and be like, "You're all in a tavern." So I just kind of wanted to establish stuff, and hopefully that's okay, and you're still enjoying yourself.
Very much so.
It's been a fine session 0. We're good.
And also, if you don't want to say it out loud, feel free to message me and be like, "No, it's a shit session. I never want to be here again," or whatever.
This sucked.
This sucked, you shit.
God damn it.
I've made Prim more aggressive than I was expecting.
I
Are we bitching about the session? Because I'm enjoying it.
No, just any
Oh,
comments that people have in general. I know it's like a split party, so I have to keep jumping around. There's a little bit of confusion, but I didn't want to just do the whole, "You all start in a tavern. Here is the tavern. Things happen." Like, you've all got your own little individual aspects and people you know, and there's a lot more that you know as well of the town, how long you've been here, and just trying to establish the setting for you all. So then when bad things like this happen, there's actually an emotional connection. Of, oh, look, this place is a real place, and there is people suffering, or there is blah blah blah.
Look, I get to be Chaos Incarnate right now. I am enjoying every moment of it.
And I will say, actually, it was one of the things that I forgot to say when I started as well. And this isn't just like directed at anyone in particular. I was just reminded of it then when you said Chaos Incarnate. Is as this is an actual campaign and a group, there is no you have to be in the party, and there is also no the party has to tolerate you. Like I was telling Tio last night when he was describing things he's never explained, like he's never experienced it before, and I was being like, in the past, 90% of the times I've lost characters as a DM from other players has been when they have done something that have ruined their participation in the party itself. They haven't necessarily just died. I've only ever had one player have a character die permanently in one of my games, but most of the time it's like a player decides to, do something that the party doesn't like that they can't forgive, or like the story and narration follows the party itself. That doesn't mean that you all as characters are guaranteed to always be welcome in the party, which death is not the biggest risk for losing your character. It is not being welcome within the party. So keep that in mind as well. Everyone, I've done a lot of effort to make sure that I believe the party will gel together, but again, I can only do so much based on the information that I've been given prior, to craft a story that is still relevant and proper with including everyone's character. So, be careful doing things like possibly murdering children with a shatter in a temple, because while your character might not die, that might cause you to no longer be welcome following the main story. Or
Yeah, I completely misunderstood that whole situation. And that
no, it didn't happen, and that's fine. But these are all examples of even doing things like siding with the wrong people. I've had people side with the bad guy before, which is well and good for their character, and their character would do it, but just realize that your character might not necessarily die, but if the camera isn't following you because you're no longer with the party, you're effectively retiring your character. Because I'm not DMing a session for every single person while you're all split off. Actions matter, so things may become detrimental, which sometimes you can work through, or sometimes you want to build that relationship with other players and other characters so they support things when it gets hard. But you can lose characters through your character's actions. And, things like that. It's all about the story and how things progress, like a normal campaign would. How NPCs react to people and how you react back to them. Their other NPCs aren't always going to make the best or wisest decisions, and they will sometimes do stupid things, which then mean that the players react in stupid ways, which might cause complications and things like that. So it's all about be aware of how your character will act in the environment and whether or not they gel with the party as a whole. And there's a measure of leniency that you need to do to somehow be like, well, my character would do this, but do I want to keep playing them? And if so, maybe they can do this in a different way. And I was planning to do a normal 6-hour session or something like that. I'm happy to stop at any point, whatever's best for all of you as a whole.
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back.
That would put me at what? We got another 3 hours or so?
Yeah, we're at the halfway mark, basically, of the initial 6 hours that I wouldn't have gone over DMing, because it's a long time to DM. But I'm also happy to end any time earlier that everybody has agreed upon, because I don't have anything today. So it's up to all of you.
I still haven't heard from my boss. whether or not I'm working tomorrow or not. So I do have to get to bed here probably in the next 30 minutes. So that's entirely up to you guys.
No, it's perfectly fine. We can do as much or as little as you all want.
Yeah, I mean that would be, a good stopping point. Yeah, and we could. Are we still good for? Was it Monday next week for the next one? We think.
Yep, I am.
All right.
Monday I have off. So well, Tuesday I don't have off, but Monday I can do all day Monday, so it's fine.
All right. Well, we're going to be together again in about 4 or 5 days. So yeah, I think a half an hour is good.
Then we'll get everyone the hell back here because I wouldn't have taken a break. I realised it was only half an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah. Most of you have been in my games before. Normally my sessions go for like 6 hours. So that's kind of what I based it on. To be perfectly honest, normally when I DM home games, they go for quite some time. Like, I probably have about 12 hours of content prepared right now. I didn't think it would go anywhere near that, but I was prepared to DM if people wanted to freaking play for 12 hours.
I'll go
But
for 12 hours.
I'll DM just for you. Come on. We'll do a little past recap of like your character's history and
It's your job when you get that much time to create all that content, man.
I only spent maybe when I'm preparing for a session, I normally do for like 1 to 3 or 1 to 4. So like I'll spend 1 hour preparing for every 4 hours of content I plan to play. Because I can prepare stuff pretty quickly, and maps I can also, if I need them, make in like 5 minutes. Like, I've made a lot of maps and quite experienced at doing them, so they take no time at all. The thing that I spent the most time on this morning and last night is getting people's backstories and trying to weave them into the story to make a cohesive party. Like, I spent hours thinking about that.
Very cool.
And I have so much based on all of your backstories. Also, I've already messaged Ginger privately, and I said sorry because I planned for every single one of you to have one other person with you for your intros. Tio was supposed to start in the tavern with Reggie, and I had this whole thing of what Reggie and Tio would do, but you probably obviously noticed I kind of DM MacGuffined with Stu from Danny Digby to just get Ginger with other people. Because it was supposed to be 3 groups, each of you in pairs, doing things and coming together during the avalanche, but...
And it
yeah.
works because now Reggie thinks that the father is everybody's father because of how Danny described it. It's fucking great. I love it.
But if everyone's here, we can continue.
I'm here.
Okay.
Alright, let's rock.
Madog, you and Primrose. So right now, as Reggie and Tayan are being directed by this individual who is yet to kind of introduce or name himself, he's definitely kind of ordering everybody around. He seems to be gathering a rescue group to go and venture up the mountains, because apparently there may be survivors or at least people to be recovered up the mountain. And can I now get a perception check from Reggie and Tayan, please?
Is that first smell?
It is not.
Damn
Get your elephant trunk out of here.
it. Perception, right?
Correct.
Alright. 17. Still pretty good.
Okay. Reggie, you're currently like rubbing that frozen dirt into your burns, because it did kind of hurt, but nowhere as much as anything that you've experienced before. That's why you're probably laughing. Also, you're insane. But
Very
Tayan,
much so. Thank you.
Tayan, you actually see this figure in the air flying towards the city wall. You kind of squint and look at it, and it looks like maybe a large hawk or something, or like some sort of flying animal. And then as you narrow your eyes a little bit more, it's kind of skimming just across the top of the snow that you can see. And the only reason you can see out is because the wall's been demolished. You're kind of up with the guy at the moment who's standing upon the compacted ice. And it's just something fluttering along the surface of all this snow. You pick them out because they're a black dot upon a white surface. And as it's getting closer and closer, you see these two figures. One is kind of holding the other, and it is the oddest sight you have ever seen, and that's coming from a elephant man. This kind of pudgy-looking fairy moth-winged creature holding a cloaked individual that has these two bunny ears sticking out from it, skimming across the surface of an avalanche from the direction of where the avalanche was. And none of the guards seem to notice as they're kind of helping all the people around. But they're coming directly towards you.
And the leader is, well, I presume is the leader, is still right next to me, right?
Yep, he's right next to you, just shouting orders to other people.
I point them out to the leader and say, maybe they have some information on what happened.
He looks at you. Does who have information about? And then he turns the way you're pointing. He leans a little bit closer, like that's going to help him, and squints. Is that... What in the...
Looks like a flying rabbit and something else.
Everyone to arms, just in case they're hostile. We have incoming. I have no idea what this is. He takes out his silver sword.
It out.
Sorry, what was that, Reggie?
Can I see them once they point it out?
Yep, once it's pointed out, you can look over there and you see this moth-winged figure carrying a bunny person.
Would I know it's a fairy?
You'd know without even making a check.
Okay, cool. I will. Oh, well, that's odd. Fairy doing in the material plane. And I'll wave and shout in Sylvan.
No.
What are you shouting Sylvan to him?
Hey, what are you doing up there with a rabbit? Aren't you vegan?
Raven Madog, that's what you hear. Kind of carried on the wind, you see this... you're robed, right, Reggie?
Yeah, I have my robe down,
Yeah,
so
blue
it's like
robe,
yeah.
This robed human waving at you, apparently calling you vegan, Madog?
He'll take offense to that, and I don't know. He's got a baffled look on his face, but he can't really raise a hand to wave back, so he's just gonna continue gliding. Maybe speed up a little bit if he can.
With that, that's when both Primrose and Madog, you reach the wall. The ground looks significantly more compacted here, and Primrose confirms it, as she's been running along the surface, and it looks like when the avalanche hit the wall, it kind of squished in and all compacted, so it actually doesn't fall underneath your weight over here.
Oh, good.
And with that, Madog's able to gently put you down, and you see many humans running about. Madog, you do know what humans are, although you haven't really seen many in your home. Or there's maybe a handful?
They're ugly. That's all I know.
Yeah, they're the worst.
And I would say, it's Sylvan, please don't start a fight. We don't need a fight. Please don't start a fight.
My iridescent eye is my Fey mark, in case y'all didn't know.
Is that from your background? I can't remember.
Yeah, it's from my background. It's my Fey mark. Basically, it makes it's how Feywild people can know that I'm a friend.
So those of you that are Fey knowledged, So, you've got the two people that come from the Feywilds. You would recognize the swirling in his eye as a mark of Fey magic. Most likely, actually, can both of you roll me an Arcana check, please? Primrose
Not
and
for
Madog.
sure.
Oh
Damn,
man.
that's your second nat 20, Primrose. And Madog, that is really good for your -1 as well. Both of you would recognize when a Archfey or a really powerful Fey gifts upon a mortal some of their power, they generally leave a mark similar to this. It is very likely that this human, while not related to a Fey, has made some sort of deal or binding or agreement very similar to one of you. With some sort of Archfey. Doesn't necessarily mean it's a good one, and there's no signifying features of winter, summer, wild, or in between, but definitely Fey magic.
Interesting. Okay. So,
As they get closer, I'll see that's harangue. How do you say it? Haranger? Am I saying that right? A Herringer? I'm like, oh, so you weren't eating him. Well, hello. All spoken at Sylvan.
Hi, I guess.
I guess I would say, of course, he didn't eat me.
I never thought about it.
The man that's standing there with this glistening silver sword, and it seems to have Elvish script down the length of it. Definitely
read.
not steel. It's actually nice Elvish.
Yeah.
Damn it! Give me a second.
I didn't know what to pick, so I was like, elves maybe.
I went with dwarf and Sylvan.
I'll get to that in a moment anyway. But the man looks at you both and says, "Halt! Who are you? What are you doing here? My name's Sheriff Marcel, the sheriff of this town."
I would say, before Doug has a chance to speak, I'm not even going to give him a chance. I would say, we are just explorers who came from the wilds out there and happened to get caught in the avalanche, and we came here because we saw the settlement.
Well, we didn't get caught in it. That kind of saved your life and everything, but just saying.
We there. Okay, fine. We happened to be in the vicinity when it happened, and now we are here.
Yeah, that.
He slowly starts lowering the sword that has in Elven dialect Moonlight Sting, Protector of the People, in Elvish down the length of the blade. And as he slowly begins to lower it, looking at you both, I mean this in the nicest way possible. What the fuck are you?
You.
Smooth.
He's not half elven, is he? He's just a dude.
Nope, he looks full human.
So,
Where'd you get that sword?
Jesus Will you stop talking? Will you just stop talking? As she rubs her temples over and over.
He glances at the Mad Dog for a moment and then looks back to Primrose.
Okay. Hello. Yes. I am a Harengon, a rabbit folk. I
Oh,
take it that you probably haven't come across us too often. That's okay. That's who I am. And as you can see, my companion here, well, I'll just let him speak for himself because he's really good at talking.
He looks back to Mad Dog.
Mad Dog, son of Greyleaf, House of Skullcap. That's about it.
And you're a fairy?
Why are you so nosy, man?
He shakes his head, a little dumbfounded. Anyway, I'm glad you're both safe, and thank you, Miss. He's looking at Primrose right now, like tilting his head, like he can't really tell.
Prim. My name is Primrose. Sorry.
Ah, Primrose. Thank you for your courteous introductions. Anyway, did you see any survivors up on the mountain? We have a mine up there, as well as some outskirting cottages.
Not that I could see. It looked pretty devastated from where we were.
Yeah, we were a little busy.
His features go grim. Well, feel free to take shelter within the town, but if you can find it in your heart to aid us, your skills of flight will be exceptionally useful. I'm sure I can scrounge together some. Do you accept wealth coin?
Yeah. Food would be, that'd be nice. I'm strong as fuck too. Just so you know.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
Well, if you would be willing to aid us, we're gathering a scouting party, and your knowledge of the terrain, having just come from there, will be exceptionally useful. I cannot promise you anything, but I can guarantee you I will try my best to offer some sort of compensation to you all. We just must get up there and see if we can find any survivors. Help them if need be.
Okay, I have no problem with that.
Yep. Food now?
No. Please. We have to
Yeah.
get going right now.
Okay. Fine.
And I'll personally answer any questions that you have of the town or the settlement itself once we've made sure to help everybody that we can.
I'm gonna poke his sword and just look at him, and then, that's gonna be my question later.
He
But I'm ready
nods
to go.
and sheaths it. He looks back to Reggie and Tayan. You two are both fit to join us as well.
Yep. Let's
Yeah.
go help. Get this moving.
Real quick,
Lives are at stake.
Dad, can I have my bottle back?
Bottle?
Yes, gave you the bottle.
Oh,
My bottle.
I thought you were making a donation. What is this for anyway? And he kind of takes it out.
Well, I could show you, but I won't. And I'll take the bottle.
Okay. He just gives like a quizzical look. Too much.
Yeah, I
else
want
going
food.
on right now
We'll
to
find
worry
out
about a
later.
bottle.
Could I
And as you
fashion
all-
some snowshoes? Because I really don't want to fall again.
Yep. Hmm. I'll say, do you have rope?
Oh yes, I have like 100 feet of rope. I have so much rope.
Rope is super helpful. Secondly, I'll get you to do an investigation quickly for me, please.
Awesome. I'm proficient in that.
Not rolling well. As Primrose quickly looks around, you actually see some discarded like timbers that have like been debris, and they're small enough that you can get them. You kind of strap the rope just around them haphazardly, and then around your feet, or shoes if you wear shoes, and just kind of spread out and distribute your weight a little bit better. And you think they'll work as decent enough. They're not comfortable, but they'll work.
Good. That makes me happy. I don't want to sink in the snow again, or at least as bad as it was.
You see, as you're all looking around, discussing things, and Primrose, you very quickly do this. You see the sheriff already walking like up the top of the hill, and he's starting to go down the other side of this hill of snow that is near the wall. Torch in hand, just a flickering light in the wind.
Rather impatient, but okay, cool. Let's go.
Alright. As you head out, you can see Tayan is leaving huge footprints in the snow as you all make your way up and then down the other side, leaving the moans and pain screams of the town behind you. You begin making your way out back into the forest. Now, do you all just keep continuing to follow this guy, or offer any suggestions, or...
I
don't
guess, can I just make just a general survival, considering that we just kind of came from that direction?
You certainly
So-
can, with advantage.
Uh, 24.
Anybody else? Doing anything in particular?
I mean, it's
I
this dude's
have
town.
not.
I presume he knows where the mine is, where the people might be. So,
Mhm.
I think I'm this. I guess I'll ask him. How many people do you think are up here?
In the cottages, most of them should be okay. They're on the other side of town, but some may have been out hunting at the time, though those numbers are indeterminate. We do have hunters that may have been hunting elk or deer in the surrounding region. I'm hoping it's early enough none of them were out, but I do not know the specifics of when they go out and hunt in particular. As for the mine itself, we have a dozen miners up there at any one time. I hope the mountain would have sheltered them from the avalanche. Do any of you know what caused this?
No, we were out in the wilds and we heard, I guess we heard this loud noise, then there was lots of rumbling, and then the avalanche happened.
Winter core,
and we were
probably.
fortunate enough to get away.
What did you say? Winter Court? What's that?
I don't want to explain it.
If you know who's responsible or who did this, I thought it was an earthquake.
It's undetermined at the moment. It's possible that the Winter Court, Fae, might have had something to do with it. But there's no evidence of that so far, so we don't necessarily want to jump to conclusions just yet.
He's looking towards you now, Mad Dog, like asking for clarity.
Yeah, it's probably Winter Court. Just saying.
When we get back, you definitely need to debrief me on these individuals. If this was caused by anyone, this would be an act of war.
You're making my job so hard. Why are you making my job hard?
I mean, they're probably up there doing mischief. We might run into them. Just, get that pretty sword ready.
As you say that, he actually draws his weapon again.
I'm just eyeing.
Thank you, small one. Madog, right? You said son of someone?
Greyleaf. Don't call me small. Kick your ass.
I like you. Alright. Keep your eyes peeled, everyone. For any signs of anything. And he continues walking. And with your survival, Primrose, you would know you didn't see any mines on the way, but it would likely be up further on the mountainside itself. And you're actually able to make a pretty good path. Having been able to track how you got here and the direction of the avalanche itself, you actually kind of find the epicenter of it, the place that would be most compacted. And thanks to your survival, you actually find compacted snow that the majority of people don't sink into, and Tayan doesn't just, sink super deep into it and never get out because of his weight. So making this journey, you are no longer doing it at difficult terrain. And you begin heading up the mountain. Now, how long are you all willing to travel up the mountain? Would you go over an hour?
Just to start with, I mean, I presume we have some level of winter clothes because we been here.
Yeah,
for a
living
week or two?
in this region, yep.
Okay.
It's also not a blizzard right now, so you're not taking like Arctic condition things. It is cold and windy, but not a blizzard. So it's not comfortable, but you're okay as long as you don't try and sleep out here.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is good conditions right here.
Shut up, Mr. Blessed by the Summer Court, allegedly.
Mm-hmm.
That's also one of my favorite aspects, by the way, of things that have happened so far. Because it's totally not intentional. Okay. And you all begin making your way up. Half an hour passes. Looking around, you find occasional bodies of wild animals. At one point, you do find a few rabbits that have kind of been smushed up against a boulder, and the sheriff gives Primrose a little look of like, you think he's about to say, "I'm so sorry," or "I apologize," or something along those lines, and then thinks better of it.
Are they dead? Or
Yes, they're dead.
can I collect them? Smile.
You can. They're kind of pancaked, but and many of the pieces are kind of like the blood has frozen over as they've been smushed up against the rocks and trees and things. You find the carcass of a deer that has just been bludgeoned to death. Looks like it's rolled for probably a mile in the thing. It's just like legs are sticking out of the ice. And yeah.
since I have keen smell, it sounds like we're maybe possibly looking for the hunters now. I want to make another perception check to see if I can use my smell to sniff them out.
Okay, go ahead.
And that was it nature you wanted me or perception?
That would be perception.
Survival. Okay, perception is better. Since I'm using my nose.
Because specifically, you haven't picked up any tracks yet. There's not really any tracks to pick up, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm just smelling like a dog.
Yep, just smelling.
Only I'm an elephant.
Do you help the party find the carcass of a bear? Having smelt the iron tinge of the blood, it is also dead, having been caught in this avalanche. A big brown bear. And pointing it out, the sheriff gets a really concerned look on his features as he looks to you all and says, "The bears don't come anywhere close to here. They live high up in the mountains. That would have been taken from up past the mine. If it's made it down here," he goes a little bit pale.
Yeah, understood. Let's continue to hurry then to help out. How much further to the mine?
Probably another 20 minutes, half an hour up here. It's there's normally a path. I'm fairly certain this is the way that we're supposed to go.
Can I fly ahead, like maybe 30 feet in front of the party?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I'm just kind of hovering and flying in front of them.
The party is actually traveling pretty much at your speed anyway. Like, they're not dawdling.
Okay.
But you're able to hover with your movement speed anyway.
Okay.
And just
I'll
be
pull
in the
my
front.
I'll pull my sword out too.
And does everybody have vision? Up here.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you've been traveling this distance, the wind has whipped up, and it makes it very difficult to see more than maybe 15 feet ahead of you. The scent of smell is the only thing that was able to help you find that bear, as it kind of gets taken on the wind. But the reason why you can't see very far here is because you can't see very far, period. It's not because it's dark, it's because your vision is actually obstructed. And he begins walking ahead. "Please keep an eye out for any of them. This is one of our hunting grounds, I think." And you can see these trees are all buried. They would normally be standing maybe 20 feet or 15 feet tall, but they're more like 5 to 10 feet at the moment because most of them are buried, broken, shattered. Many of the trees are on their side right now as well.
Can you give me control of Mad Dog's character as well? Because he can't. He
Yes,
couldn't do Foundry today, so.
that's fine.
And I'd like to follow along with the captain, Marcel, as much as possible.
Yep. And you should now have control of him, yep.
I have. If I have to cast light, I can do that. I have the light cantrip.
Light won't help. It is like physical obstructions of the ice. It's not the fact there's no light.
Okay, just
Because
making sure.
by this point in time, it is probably about 9 a.m. in the morning. And then you travelled for an hour, so it's probably 10 a.m. Reaching 10:30, so the sun is up. The sun is piercing from above. It is just the snow and the wind whipping around you. If any of you had any magic to maybe control the wind or blow things away, it could have expanded your sight. But it is just the fact that there is lots of obstruction around you of your visibility that is limiting you right now. Primrose and Reggie, do you see everything?
Yeah, I still see everything.
I can see, yes.
I have Druid. If I could just blow that, I guess, in front
No,
of
you'd
me?
need like gust or something like that.
Okay.
One of the ones that control the wind.
Missing one person. 1, 2. What is
Yep. Primrose in the back.
Sorry. I would I don't know, while we were walking, I would have could I use my I guess gift of alacrity on myself? I would just do that, just in case. I don't know. Cause
You'd need. So, let me know what everything is. I'm still learning all your characters.
yeah, so that would be it takes a minute to cast, but it gives me a D8 on any initiative roll that I have for the next 8 hours.
Oh yeah, you could have done that earlier, way earlier. That's
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, so I will put it in the just I
What you
displayed
think?
it in
Because there's a map, there's going to be initiative. Come on.
there. I was just saying. So
All right, so you're all venturing through. You see Sheriff Marcel in front.
And he does seem to be still pretty confident, despite the weather, to know where the hell he's going, right?
Definitely, yep.
All right.
He does pause every now and then, looking around like he's not used to the current structure. It looks like landmarks have maybe been swept away, but he does seem to at least be experienced with traveling this path. You think maybe he does frequent investigations of the mine or something, and then his eyes light up as he sees this frozen pond that has ice over the top of it. It looks like one point it may have been part of a river or a big well. It looks deep but frozen. As ice is settled on top of it. There is a little bit of movement. It might have been a hot spring or something at one point. And everyone that was looking around can roll me perceptions based on hearing, please.
Okay.
Ooh, nice time. Just need to tab over. Oh, nice Madog as well. Ooh, Madog, you're the only one that notices it. So as you're approaching this little pond, Madog, you hear a tap tap tap. Tap 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 tap. Tap tap tap. Like something tapping on ice or glass coming from the pond.
The pond is really deep.
It would have been, but it looks frozen over, or at least the ice from the avalanche is kind of spread over the surface of it, and then it has cooled it enough that it has made a thick layer of ice over the top of it. But at one point, it might have been a natural hot spring or some water that has come up from underneath that would have normally made a pretty deep little pond area here. And it did look like the sheriff recognized this particular place.
Okay.
You do see the telltale signs of steam in certain parts and a little bit of melted snow around as well.
I will flutter over and look into the pond to see if I can see anything under the
Okay.
surface.
As you look onto the surface itself, it's got dirt and grime and snow, and it's kind of that frosted glass look, and you can see the silhouette of maybe what looks like a hand or something, like something pressing up against the underside, but you can only see a black blob through it. It looks like
Okay.
something is there, and the tapping is coming directly from it. Marcel doesn't seem to notice you go and stand by it, by the way. Yeah, I'll move you up.
Okay. I will flutter over to any large rock that I can find and carry, and I want to smack it into the ice.
Well, I guess I don't hear anything, so I'm not calling out to him, and
Nope, you can just see Madog just suddenly go over and he looks down at the water like he's looking into it, but it's all kind of frosted over and you can only make out silhouettes underneath. It might be a fish, or it might be something, but it kind of looks like a silhouette of a blob that is maybe the size of, I don't know, dimensions. I don't know, the size of a head, let's say.
I hope it's a big fish, for my sake.
I'll just say to the sheriff that Mad Dog might have found something
He
I'm
stops and
smacking.
turns around.
just to get his attention.
I'm smacking the ice with a rock like the monkeys in the beginning of 2001. Just
Okay.
over
Make
my
me
head.
make me a strength check, please. Oh, welcome back, Fudge. How are you going?
That's a nat 1.
You go to slam the rock down onto the ice, and the rock slips out of your hand, and it tumbles across the ice, and it's now like out in the middle, kind of spinning on the surface of the ice.
I'll pretend nothing happened and I'll say something's in here, and then I'll go and get my rock.
Make a dex save for me.
Can I see what I'm deck saving?
For uncanny dodge, I assume.
For whatever the barbarian feature is called.
Oh, the barbarian one.
Danger sense, yeah.
Make your save, and I'll just check the exact wording of it, because technically you can see the ice, like it's to slip over on the ice, but I don't know the exact wording of danger sense. Against effects that you can see, such as traps and spells. Yeah, you'd have advantage.
Okay.
Like it'd be a version of like a trap quotey fingers.
That's an 18.
You'll see Madog just, instead of using his wings, he just kind of slides out across the ice. Could have negated it completely, but he just like glides out, grabs the big rock standing in the middle, and then you'll hear crack as the ice kind of splits under the weight of him in the middle with the rock. But it doesn't drop you.
I'm just gonna drop the rock, like, from high as I can possibly reach, and just let the rock drop onto the ice.
Okay. The rock smacks through the middle of the ice, the thin part, and it definitely looks, you see steam come out of the split in the middle of the ice, and it looks like it was warm water underneath, which is why it was so thin. But you think maybe the avalanche would have, the avalanche definitely had frozen the surface of it as it came through with all the cold snow, and it is thin enough in the middle that your rock was able to smack into it. The ice spider webs out and cracks out, and I assume you use your wings to just kind of hover above?
Yeah, I don't want to drop in, no. So I'll
Okay.
hover. And I'm ready to grab whatever this is, even if it's a fish.
And everyone else where they are. Reggie!
See.
One moment. Does a 14 hit you, Reggie?
I will shield.
I don't believe you have reactions. Because I don't think you're expecting anything to... Oh, no, he pointed out. Yeah, okay, you can shield if you like.
And I think 2 of us have weapons of warning, which make everyone in 30 feet ignore surprise.
Well, that helps.
Yeah.
But yes, so as the ice is all shattered, the cracks spider web out, and then suddenly you all see a large pale blue arm, just an arm, cut off at the elbow, swipe out from inside the water at Reggie. Now this arm has long talons well, not talons, long claws. The arm itself is probably the size of Reggie's torso, a good maybe 3 foot long, and it just reaches out and kind of climbs its way out, slashing at Reggie in front. And that's when I'll need initiative from everyone, please. And the initiative is literally against all of you because this thing goes last in the initiative.
My initiative is 28.
Who's gonna
And-
die?
Mad Dog, what did you get?
14.
14. Who got 28, did you say? Tayan?
Primrose has
Oh,
28.
Primrose. Oh, you're first anyway, it's fine. Primrose, what do? This green arm, completely shattered and like torn off, it is ragged and flesh is hanging from where its elbow used to be. It's about 3 foot long. It's this pale bluish white skin tone with these wicked looking, gnarly yellowy green nails sticking out of it. As soon as the ice cracked, it kind of forced its way through one of the gaps and swiped out at Reggie. And then, Reggie, how did your magic appear as a shield around you?
As a reaction, the spellbook jumps in front of him, and a bubble appears around him.
Nice. So your spellbook physically moved?
Yeah, physically moved on its own.
Okay. And it clatters against the shield, and there is a thud. And then, as there's a thud, you see ice kind of spread over the invisible shield and then disappear. As it is Primrose's turn.
Let's see. I would probably what the hell is that? So for I guess for my a bonus action, I'd like to Hunter's Mark whatever that is. I don't even know what it is, and I don't like it. So
And you can certainly Hunter's Mark it.
yeah. So yes, I will do that. Then I would probably just
one moment.
attempt. Yeah.
And then can I get you to make me a survival check as you do? A free one.
Sure. 26.
As you mystically Hunter's Mark this thing, your senses go wonky. It's almost like you can... Normally, you've Hunter's Mark things before, you've hunted things before, and you get like this innate little tingle, like the hairs on your arm stand up, and you kind of know the direction of at least where it's going or where it has been. It's kind of like a sixth sense. Right now, your hair, like your fur, kind of stands up in all directions. For some reason, your Hunter's Mark is marking this thing in multiple places at once.
Oh, how nice. I guess I would then call out to everyone and say, whatever this weird arm hand thing is, I think there's more of them because I can feel them. Like I can sense them. I don't know exactly where, but there's more of them.
Do we see the end of this arm? Like, is it
No,
disconnected
it's severed. It's like flesh is kind of stringy and torn, almost like something has literally ripped this from whatever it was attached to. But it's still moving on its own.
So,
And feel free to
then,
make your attack.
yeah, then I would attempt to hit it. Let's see. Yeah, so it wouldn't be at disadvantage. So. Do either
Is
of
that two
those hit?
two separate attacks?
Yes, I have 2 attacks.
The 12 does miss, but the 15 hits.
Well, that's great. So that would be 8 piercing damage, and then the I guess 6 from the hunter's mark that I rolled before.
Correct.
And then I will use my I have an ability that my dreadful strikes. So it would be so 2 on top of that. So that would be 16 points total.
And that's all piercing and psychic?
Yes, it would be 14
right.
piercing and 2 psychic. Yep.
Yep. Calculated it. You see the arrow go straight through the palm of this hand. It kind of wiggles a little bit, and it's pulling and clawing its way towards Reggie, almost like a little living hand that crawls its way. The arrow takes out 2 of its fingers that are now bent and disfigured. The fingers themselves are basically the length of your entire hand. Each one of the fingers with the claws attached on the end that look wicked and cold. Is that the end of your turn? Would you like to move anywhere?
If anything, I would move.
Oh, to specify, sorry, it's technically in that square. It's just the token is technically large, but the image only fills up a small size. So there, that's where it actually is, climbing its way out of the water.
Yeah,
And
so
yep,
I
you can
would.
move there.
I would probably just move back slightly. That would be where I am.
All right. The sheriff is going to go next as he goes, "What the hell is that?" And he moves up and he slashes it twice with a longsword. Oh, buddy! Wait, where's the second one? I can reveal it as well. There we go. 2 nat 1s.
Awesome.
Is that actually rolling? Because I rolled the damage. Yeah, it is. Yeah, okay. Startled, he runs towards it, slashing at the arm, and he seems a little concerned and worried that there is an animated arm, and like almost backs off a little bit from it, and his slashes go very wide. Tayan.
So I was told there's more than one of these, possibly, correct?
Possibly, yes.
Possibly. I will cast Fairy Fire and find out for sure.
Where are you targeting with your Fairy Fire?
Good question. Let's see if I can.
It's a 20-foot square? 20-foot cube?
Yeah, I'm getting it out there. We'll say it came out of the water, right?
Correct.
So
When the water was shattered.
And I'm gonna try and can I target it into the water to a certain extent? Will you allow that?
Yeah, because technically it will be 20-foot high / deep.
Yeah. So, all right, yeah, I've got one. I'm doing the same thing you are. Burp.
Right there? Yep. Okay.
Just to see who can make their deck saves.
Oh, you want to see the deck save of an arm?
I presume it's pretty crappy, but I don't have to see it. I was just kind of seeing how many things lit up.
It would have been a nat 20 if it didn't have disadvantage. An 11 probably fails.
Yeah, it's a 16 dex.
Yep. So the arm lights up. You see for a moment the water light up, but there was a fish inside that is now illuminated. But other than that, you don't light up anything else, and you see the fish kind of swim into the darkness, still lit up.
I get. Yeah, I'm gonna say he's lighting everything up. I guess he's gonna be a dead fish pretty soon. All the predators will be looking for him. Okay, well, at least we know there's only one, and that is my action. And I don't think I have any bonusy stuff that I want to do. Nope, not for an arm. So I'll just kind of move back a bit and let the fighter types do their fighter thing. So end of turn.
Reggie, it is your turn. There is a glowing arm in front of you that kind of shattered quite hard against your shield.
So you have advantage on all attacks.
Okay. Let's go ahead and take the book in one hand, and with the quill in the other, we'll do what we did at the church, and we'll write up the formula in the air for shatter, and actually cast a shatter.
Shatter's a con save?
That it is.
Alrighty. That's a success.
They take half of 7, and I'm also going to
3?
use my Genie's Wrath and deal an extra 3 thunder damage on top of that.
Okay, please link your Genie's Wrath, because I love learning. And there is a resounding boom as the thunder echoes out. You see the trees shake from the sound of the thunder. And it is still up. You see more bones crack in the arm itself.
And with that, I will move back.
Madog, you're hovering at the moment above the water. This hand is clawed out, and as you move away, the arm is going to make an attack of opportunity against you. As by you, I mean, Reggie. That's a 20 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
It doesn't have disadvantage or anything from Fairy Fire. You take 11 points of slashing damage. Ow! And 5 points of cold damage. So 16 damage total. As you begin to move away from this arm, and this disembodied arm slashes out at your ankles. It tears through your Achilles. And you actually see, while you start to bleed for a moment, it then freezes over where it hit you. And you take 16 points of damage total.
Ow.
Yeah.
Yeah, very much. Ow.
And now it's Madog's turn.
I will fly in and I'll smack it.
You
Or
have
attempt to.
advantage.
Yeah.
That hits.
Oh, I didn't roll.
Oh, sorry, I thought you said a 22. Never mind.
No, I wish. Let's see how it goes.
Yeah,
24.
24? That hits?
And sneak because advantage. Extra 10. So 17 total.
17 total, alright.
And then I'd use Rakish Audacity.
Well,
No.
1 second. As you go in, what weapon are you using?
My
short
little
sword? Yep.
short sword, yeah.
The rusted short sword. You'll see this rusty short sword slash into this arm, and despite the look of the weapon, it carves cleanly through it. You hear bones snap, and the arm kind of flops to the ground, completely severed. with just a little bit of flesh holding it together, but the arm stops moving, dead.
I fly up a little bit and I just laugh.
Okay, is that the end of your turn?
Yeah.
At the start of its turn, you then see, as you're laughing at it, you hear bones cracking as the arrow is pushed out from between the fingers. The joints begin fusing back together, where you cut into the hand, kind of severing the femur's leg. What's the the bone of the arm in between the elbow and your wrist, fuses back together. The flesh knitting itself back together, and then the arm twitches and twitches and pulls itself back up as the sheriff is turning like his back to it, going, "What the?" And then he sees it at the last moment, and it's going to swipe at him once.
Does it dying and reanimating drop fairy fire?
No, it is still lit. As this pale blue arm with claws slashes at him, he screams in pain as it hits him with a 21. Holy shit. And not having expected it either, it tears through his leg. You can actually see bone protruding and blood seeping out, and again, the blood freezes over. It definitely seems to freeze what it touches as well. And he staggers, falling to his knees and then getting back up. Almost dead from that. Primrose.
Oh shit. Great.
You see it hasn't quite like repaired everything on it. But it definitely repaired everything that Mad Dog just did to it.
Okay. That guy is really hurt too. But right now, I think I would probably try to shoot at it again, because I'd be like, I have no idea what the hell that is. So, first instinct is kill that thing.
You've got advantage.
Okay, so I will.
Still verified. Does Fairy Fire also go out when it's dead?
Yeah, that's what I was asking. I'm not sure.
I
I think it lights up all objects in the area, so I think
No,
it'd still
no.
be-
So it wouldn't even go out when it's dead. It just lasts for a minute,
Yeah.
as long as you concentrate on it.
Yep.
So,
Nice. You don't even need to re-roll that. That's a nat 20. Roll your damage. And with that, the arrow pierces through it again, straight in between the fingers of like the ring finger and the rude finger, like straight through, down the length of the arm, almost skewering it, and it twitches and then falls to the ground again, unmoving.
Are we sure?
yeah. I'd like to put my second arrow into that.
Okay, there is a sickening like squelch as the second arrow pierces through the unmoving form, the arrow pinning it into the ice. It doesn't twitch any further, it's just unmoving.
Okay, that's good to know. My hunter's mark still kind of going off?
It is.
Okay. I guess I would let everyone know, I guess with my free talk at the time, that even though this one seems to be dead, I can, even though I marked it, and I can still feel, whatever is connecting that, whatever that is, I can still feel it out there. So,
You can make a perception for me as the sheriff begins moving back. As he moves away, he like goes to dodge the arm, but the arm doesn't move. as he moves away from it. He's kind of hobbling right now. He's got his long sword in one hand and his torch in the other, and he's still like moving his torch around to try and see anything. He's gone a little bit pale, as he's in exceptional pain from that, and he moves to here. With your perception, Primrose, over here, you can see movement. Shifting. There's movement in the ice itself, like underneath the snow. It's like something's like moving underneath it, so there's little cracks under the ice and snow, but nothing has come out at all. As Tayan, it's your turn.
All right. Well, I gotta get back to where I was because I kind of got zipped to a different part of the map. Why can't I grab the frickin' map? There we go. All right. So, short term, I'm gonna go and help this guy here because he's pretty hurt. So I'll just toss a cure wounds on him, do the whole cleric thing.
Nice.
So he gets back 12.
Ooh. By Lathander's light, you are gifted. Oh, thank you. He winces, and you can still see he's got like torn flesh of his leg, but it's significantly better.
There might be more of these, so we should be careful.
What is it? Is it dead? That's all he says.
That one seems to be dead, but the group is sensing more. And I'll end the turn there.
Hey, Reggie.
Okay, let's see here. Oh, is that arm still kicking about, right?
Nope, it is not moving with 2 arrows in it.
Going to. Was there any more down there that we could tell? We're not entirely
Nope.
sure, right? Still don't trust it, so I'm gonna hold Eldritch Blast in case something else comes up, because that hurt a lot.
Can do. Madog, your turn. If anyone wishes to identify things as well, you can spend your turn and make a knowledge check. See if you've ever encountered anything like a disembodied arm before.
I don't believe I would have, but guess there's always an opportunity. You pointed at something on the map earlier. Was that was the
Yes.
direction things were coming from?
Down here, Primrose was able to see movement under the snow. Like
Okay.
cracks and like something's kind of pushing or like struggling or moving underneath the snow.
I want to pick up my trusty rock, unless it's sunk. Probably sunk.
It did sink, you dropped it and it's...
I can go get another one if I can.
Yeah, of course, there's rocks everywhere. An avalanche came through here, there's rocks everywhere.
Biggest one that I can find on my way over, and I'd like to hover over whatever it is and prepare to drop my rock on it.
Okay, let's see. It will take you 55 feet of movement speed to get there. So
I can dash.
I can say you can. Yeah, you can dash there and object interaction pick up a rock. That's fine.
Cool. And I'm just gonna wait, I guess, to smash it. Drop
Okay.
the rock.
At the end of Madoc's turn, everyone sees the arm twitch. The arrow pulls itself out. Bones click back together, and that second arrow you shot into it pushes itself out as well. The arm twitches and then pulls itself back up into an upright position, and then begins skittering towards Primrose. And it dashes, pulling itself next to you.
Would I have
That's
gotten
its
my
turn.
Eldritch Blast off on it?
Sorry, what was that?
Would I have gotten my Eldritch Blast off on it?
Yep, go ahead. It is still illuminated. I actually forgot about that. Apologies. With advantage. 21 hits for 9 damage. Oh wait, and Genie's Wrath. Genie's
Oh.
Wrath would only apply to one of them.
Yeah, I don't
But
know
yeah.
why it did it. It was 19 for the first one. I don't know why it did advantage on the second one. Unless it counts because it's one.
No, it's every. Yeah, it's verified.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. So that was 9 plus Genie's Wrath 3, and then 7.
That's alright. The second one gets it. So it pulls itself back up, and you're like, nope! Then you use your held action, using your reaction, and you shoot it twice. The blast thunder into it, taking out huge chunks of flesh, and it drops again, not moving. Primrose, your turn.
Okay. I would. I think I would move. I'm gonna probably. I would move forward slightly. But.
Oh, it was actually here, I think. Yeah, it was.
Am I allowed to say anything, or
Yeah, of course.
why don't we burn it?
Why would we?
Good.
There's ice everywhere. Why would we burn it?
Well, it keeps coming back. If we turn it to ash, it's not going to bother us anymore.
Okay. I guess. I could light a torch.
I mean, nobody's standing on the ice, so
Yeah. So, I guess I could attempt to. Since
You also know Sheriff Marcel has a torch in his hand. Well,
Oh, well then I guess I was over here.
Yep.
Right, basically. I guess I would walk over and grab his torch,
yep, he just lets
So-
it go. That's fine.
and then I would go and try to torch the thing.
Okay. As you bring the torch down to it, you just touch the arm, and like it is the most potent oil in the world, the entire arm just is engulfed in flames. The flames practically jump from your torch. It burns down the skin. It twitches, and the flesh of it just melts off. All you're left with is the bone of the arm, and you are all out of combat. As the arm, you wait and wait and wait some more, and it no longer heals up. The flesh, having been stripped completely from it, seems like fire did the trick. A simple touch of it ignited down the length of the arm. As you do that, you hear an almighty roar from a little bit further away from you, Madog, and that's where we're going to end the session.
okay. Always ask the cleric when it comes to the undead. Or whatever.
But yeah,
cards.
Frost troll arm, maybe.
Maybe, indeed. But yeah, sorry about the hassle. I had to improvise a few things because of Tio not being here. He didn't inform me of anything, so he most likely won't be joining us in the future, unless something came up that I can contact him last minute about. Otherwise, welcome back, Fudge, as well. What happened was a large avalanche after you had left, literally probably about 2 minutes after you had left. There was a almighty thundering boom. Everybody, including those that were up in the mountains in the snow, had to make dex saves or topple over. Reggie got covered in broth, for that was in the kitchen that was being made as he stumbled and fell, and the broth fell on top of him. Seven with the father were helping all the children under the dining tables because they were all getting set up for breakfast. and you all kind of like took cover from an earthquake underneath the sturdy tables in the temple. And then after that had happened, there was a large rumbling sound that was happening for a good minute as this overwhelming mass of snow and rubble towered down from the cliffs nearby. People barred the doors of the temple, and the avalanche hit the wall of the city, decimating the wall and then sending like shrapnel and rubble all throughout the city, which pelted against the temple itself. Lots of the kids were scared and screaming and things like that, but you and the father were able to comfort them. And then that's when everybody got onto kind of like emergency relief. They found this individual named Marcel in the city ordering people and troops around to help the injured, and they came on a scouting party mission to see if they can find survivors, because allegedly there might have been hunters from the town up in the mountains that were doing morning hunts, as well as there is a sapphire mine up here that has a dozen or so miners at any point in time, so they're going up to see if they can find any survivors and rescue them as quickly as possible. And are you able to attend the next session, Fudge?
Depends on when we start. Because if we're doing 7 o'clock, that I'll be late if we start at 7.
I don't know what time that is. It's 2300 UTC.
Yes, that.
So you'll be a little bit late?
Yeah, I would most likely be late if it's next week. It's it's my brothers are going to be in town. We're supposed to be seeing my parents around 5.
Mhm.
So